been riding nice, but the schedule's been favorable, and I think that that team's probably going to cool off against the Cyclones.
Marty, I'm going to add in here and just say something real quick. Boo-hoo to those who are crying about that. How anyone with eyeballs, anyone who watches, you can't tell me that a team like Arizona State or even a team like Iowa State belongs in this playoff picture. If we're talking about what we want to see, calling it for what it is, what will sell the most tickets, have the highest ratings, and just point blank the best teams. Like, if we pull up these rankings, Ole Miss is significantly better than both of those teams. South Carolina, significantly better than both of those teams. Miami, significantly better than both of those teams. And I don't believe that, first of all, anyone that is talking about Miami deserving to be in this college football playoff you need to get your eyeballs checked, put down the liquor. I don't know. Go get help. Because they have no ranked wins, 2 losses. It's a joke. Their defense is pathetic. And for me, Ole Miss or Ole Miss deserves, for me, I could make an argument for them being in instead of Alabama. I can. If you look at Lane Kiffin's tweet, he tweeted out a litany of facts, no opinions. I could see them having an argument to be in there. But this idea that the Big 12 deserves anything is crazy to me. Mike, I wanted to ask you, because Marty brought this up, pre-show. Ohio State, he said the loss wasn't that bad. He's their pick to win it all. What do you make of Ohio State? Because for me, I said this on Monday, that for me is a top 5 loss in sports of all time. Against that Michigan team, at home, 20-point favorite, you only put up 10 points. Your 4th loss against them in 4 years. What do you make of this Ohio State team and the position that they're now in versus if they were the 5 seed, which is the clear path based on this bracket to essentially a semifinal, assuming they're going to wipe the floor with a team like Arizona State, Iowa State, even a Clemson, and then inevitably Boise State if they hang on and win their conference?
Well, if you can erase the preconceived notion that they're truly the 5th best team in the country, remember this committee basically cooked the books from the start when they ranked the Big Ten teams so high based on 1-loss record. Okay, they didn't really do it on strength of schedule because Ohio State's they're a mystery to me, and really Oregon is too to an extent. Because let's dial it back a little bit. Let's look at the Ohio State non-conference schedule. Akron, Western Michigan, and Marshall. Everything else is Big Ten. How good is the Big Ten? Oregon beat Boise State by 3 points. Who did they beat out of conference? What do we really know about the Big Ten? What do we really know about this Ohio State? They sure don't look as good as the one I saw that darn near beat Georgia in the CFP Peach Bowl semifinal a couple years ago. I don't really know how good they are. I'm not sure. I know Michigan lost 31-12 to Texas. I think Oregon put it on Michigan in the Big House too, but Michigan, I don't even think Michigan knew who Michigan was for half the year. If it wasn't for the winged helmets, that might as well have been Eastern Michigan. They were awful. I mean, they lost a lot. They lost Jim Harbaugh, and they lost the illegal scouting advantage they had. That's a story for another day. Put that title. But I don't really know about the Big Ten. And honestly, the parity, the NIL, it's taken a lot of the wind out of the sails. So when you lose a guy, for example, Georgia, used to be you'd have another guy just ready to go. He's another NFL guy right behind. That guy's transferred out. He's starting somewhere else. He's at Syracuse. He's at Purdue. He's, the Texas D lineman transfer. Now you've got a freshman you're trying to coach up. Coaching up the bottom of the roster is a little tougher when it's a 19-year-old guy, that maybe graduated early and went through spring if you're lucky. You really don't have the quality of depth. So when these teams take hits, they're vulnerable. And if you catch them at the wrong time or if they're beat up and they play 2 or 3, the Big Ten, I just don't know how good Ohio State really, truly is. Now, we've got one game. I think USC beat LSU out there in Las Vegas at the start of the year. But,
right.
Which LSU did they beat? I don't know. They beat the one that beat Ole Miss in overtime. They beat the one that, laid down a couple other games. I don't know. So there's a lot of I don't knows right now to your point on Ohio State. But the fact that they were ranked so high earlier, the fact that the Big Ten, not the Big Ten, the Michigan athletic director, might as well have been the Big Ten, who's the chairman committee, took the books by putting the Big Ten up there up high. We're going, oh, they lost to a top. Indiana lost to a top 5. Did they? Or a team that you told us was in the top 5. I don't know.
Yep.
Indiana? Really? I don't know if I'm drinking this Kool-Aid.
No, I'm not drinking it either. But I want to stay in the state of Indiana. Notre Dame's the outlier. Can they win the whole thing? Can Notre Dame win this whole freaking thing? Well, no, hold on a minute now. Riley Leonard is an outstanding quarterback. They got a couple of nice running backs, got a big tight end. The whole offensive line's going to the NFL to play on Sundays or Thursdays or Saturdays in December. I'm telling you right now, Notre Dame, they could win this whole freaking thing. Michael,
I guess
let me
as
hear.
long as they don't run into Northern Illinois. I mean, come on, let's be real here. Notre Dame hasn't been
serious.
I mean, they beat A&M earlier this year before, Mike Elko knew who everyone's name was back as a head coach, but they ran it up on Purdue. That's impressive. They did beat a decent Louisville team, but they really haven't been tested. Now, somebody may point out, well, they beat Georgia Tech a lot more handily than Georgia. Yeah, but Georgia Tech didn't play one game in 19 days like they did before they played Georgia. I don't know. Notre Dame, to me, I think if they get pressed, I mean, Southern Cal has some great skill guys, but they're so light in the box. I mean, I don't think Southern Cal was as legit as they've been. Certainly, Lincoln Riley's got to get some linemen out there. I think if Notre Dame gets pressed by a team that's got a decent line of scrimmage, they're in trouble. I don't know that Riley Leonard can throw the ball effectively enough for them to win a national title. But, yes, they look powerful. They got a good back. They're good at the line of scrimmage. But I don't know who they've really been tested by since that A&M game. And, again, that was Elko's first game as head coach.
I'm just going to say this now, Marty. I would not be surprised if every Big Ten team that you're seeing here lost in the first round. As things are right now, I wouldn't be shocked if Penn State lost
during the fall.
Whoever the 12th is. I think Penn State is a fraud team. Notre Dame versus Alabama, as is right now, I'm taking Alabama in that game. No doubt. Alabama plays significantly better teams than Notre Dame every single week, essentially. And
Notre Dame had a horrible schedule. They had a horrible schedule.
Yeah, but how does that prepare them for a game against Alabama?
I think you are what you are. Hey, Mike, we are out of time, man. Great job out of you. Let's do this again later on. Well, it's already Thursday, so it'll be early next week. I will talk to you off air. Give me 30 seconds to your servicemen and women, because I know American Force is very important to you. Give me 30 seconds. Go ahead. Holiday greetings.
Well, I'll tell you what, it really jump-started my life. I got out of high school and went in the 82nd Airborne, and I had the GI Bill, and it was 3 great years to really understand the sacrifices that people made for our country and, learn that motivation, that work ethic, that determination, and apply that, once I was a civilian again. And it's made a difference for me. It's something I've carried through life. It's something I'm really proud of. I consider it a privilege. And I'm really thankful for the folks that are out there serving, protecting our country and our way of life. So thank you to everybody listening. It does mean a lot to me. And, God bless.
Good job, Mike. Happy holidays. I'll talk to you in the morning. Good job out of you. Mike Griffith, Atlanta Journal-Constitution. One of the best. He really does. He brings it hard and with passion. All right, we're coming back. Dan Hampton, one of the monsters of the Midway, right? Headed.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Are you truly committed to feeling better? I mean, absolutely feeling your best? What's the key? Eat well, sleep well, lots of hydration through water, and also your daily innovative wellness athletic supplement packs. These packets are created to supplement your daily lifestyle. allowing your body to have the nutrients it needs to run efficiently. These packets include multi-omega fish oil, D3K2 5000, probiotic, and magnesium. It's nearly impossible to get all the nutrients our body requires to run efficiently on a regular basis from our food alone. Taking this daily packet will leave you feeling more energetic and more vibrant. Your brain body will be able to detoxify more efficiently, which naturally reduces inflammation. Find out today. InnovativeWellness.center. InnovativeWellness.center.
Post game? After the game? Oh, yeah. After the game, let's go pretty quick to break. You don't have to go right to, but let's so we can make sure we get those trophies. We have been able to get the coach every time while the visiting team was getting their medals. So if we can do that, great. And then we've gotten a player after our last break. Well, you've flipped everything here, so I got to try to figure out which one you are now. All right, boys, starting the 3-minute countdown in 10 seconds.
This is the OHSAA Radio Network and NFHS Network broadcast of the State Baseball Championships from Canal Park. Affiliates, you'll get marks at the 2-minute 30-second, the 2-minute, the 1-minute 30-second, the 1-minute, the 30-second, and the 10-second marks. Affiliates, here is your 2-minute 30-second mark, coming down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. This is live coverage of the State Baseball Championships on the OHSAA Radio Network and NFHS Network from Canal Park. Affiliates, your 2-minute mark is on the way in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. 2 minutes until airtime. This is the OHSAA Radio Network and NFHS Network broadcast of the State Baseball Championships from Canal Park. The 1-minute 30-second mark in 5, game. Find out how at ohsaa.org/RTG.
And welcome back to Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium in snowy Canton, along with Greg Fry, Chris Solwicki. I'm Marty Bounders. The snow has been falling for the better part of the last 3 or 4 hours. The field completely covered right now. The yard markers are obscured on the field. The hash marks are covered with snow. We can tell you that the visibility aspect of this one tonight will be very interesting as the snow continues to swirl here as we close in on the kick for the Division II state championship game. Pleasure to welcome in my broadcast partner, my good friend Greg Fry, for the call tonight. And Greg, you've been in conditions like this, you've played in conditions like this, you've coached in conditions like this. Does this favor or hurt either one of these teams?
Well, it's December, right? It's playoff football, state final football. You got to run the football, and clearly tonight I would have to think that the team that can run the ball better is going to have a better chance to win the game, because throwing the ball is going to be at a premium tonight. So, I don't know. Both these teams can run the ball, so we'll see. But I think if you forced my issue, I'd say Avon might have a little bit better O-line that could give them an edge right now. But you know what? These are brutal conditions. The team that can really keep their focus amidst the cold will probably prosper tonight.
And not only is it snowing, but as Greg mentioned, it is very, very cold. Let's go down to the sidelines and check in with the guy who's going to earn his money tonight. Chris Solwicki will be on the sidelines for us tonight. Chris, just give us an update. What's it like down there right now?
For the safety of everyone involved in tonight's contest, please remember. This is an amazing experience. It is 21 degrees. The wind chill makes it feel like 9. The wind is blowing. If you're looking at your radio, tonight's game, significantly. Championship game between Avon High School and Cincinnati. And
all right, Chris, thank you. We'll check back in with you as the evening goes along. Let's start breaking down these two teams. Let's start, first of all, with the Eagles of Avon, who come into this game, as we mentioned, at 15-0. Got over a major hurdle last week when they knocked off Akron-Holben, the team that had only ousted them from the playoffs 5 times in the last 7 years. Greg Fry, that's a mental thing when you get over that hump. But the key, I think, for Avon is right now is just simply filing that one away and getting ready for what they face tonight.
Well, we're going to find that out, right? That's a huge win for this program. They've been looking to do that for years and finally get over the hurdle. And not only get over the hurdle, they won that game convincingly, really muscled the way around, which is not easy to do against Hoban. So the question is, can you file that one away, get focused on this game, and show up one more week? And that's what we're all going to find out tonight. I think based on everything we've heard from Coach Elder and this team, that they're ready to play.
Avon comes in averaging 426 yards a game, 192 on the ground. And, again, keep that in the back of your mind, because of the conditions tonight. Running the football will be so very big in this one. They throw it for 234 yards. They have an outstanding quarterback in Nolan Good, a Kent State commit, who was a Mr. Football finalist in the state of Ohio. They also have a stout defense that comes at you from a number of different positions. Some very good linebackers, Owen Garcia, Jack Rekovic, along with Sam Toniolo across the front line. So this is a very good team. It plays complementary football. Greg, that's a comment that's used more and more these days, but when you look at Avon, it makes a lot of sense.
Well, I look for complete teams. When we go through the playoffs, I love to really analyze, okay, what teams do I see that are complete as far as offense, defense? Can they run the football? Can they stop the run? Do they have sound special teams? Do they have an O-line that can survive a game like this when the conditions aren't great? And this team checks all the boxes. Again, you knock off Hoban the way they did, they climbed a big hurdle, but you got one more step this week.
Avon coach Mike Elder was asked earlier in the week, after those season-ending 5 losses in the last 7 years to Akron-Holben, has his team put that Holben win out of their minds?
Larry Karras, who is a mentor of mine, I played football in my coach with him for years before I became the head coach, told me to celebrate loud and short and prepare quiet and long. So I shared that message with our team, and we did enjoy it for a day, but it's been business, as usual, and we moved on, especially with the quick turnaround of being a Thursday night game. So, it was certainly a reward, but they understand no trophies were given for that game. This is the one that we want to get.
Greg, he mentioned the short turnaround, playing on a Friday, coming back and playing on Thursday. Is it that big a difference?
I don't think it is this late in the season. When you get past the week 10, week 11, your practices get shorter. Teams get much more efficient. You can get way more done in practice, and really to play a state championship, you guys are going to be ready. So that means a little bit more mental work, and you just accelerate the prep for the week on Sunday, and it sounds like, from what we've seen in the last couple of years, I don't think it's a really big issue.
Avon 15-0. They won the Southwestern Conference, one of the top-ranked teams in the state of Ohio, as they get set to take on Cincinnati Anderson for the Division II state championship. We'll talk about the Raptors of Anderson when we come back. We're closing in on kick for the Division II state championship game between Anderson and Avon, and it's next. But first, let's pause for these messages from your local station. You're listening to the OHSAA Radio Network.
You may think seatbelt laws are no big deal. Well, you couldn't be more wrong. Cops are cracking down day and night in the city, in the country, and all points in between. Make no mistake, if you don't buckle up, you will get caught and you will get a ticket. Even if you've gotten away with not buckling in the past, things are about to change. Cops are serious about seatbelt safety, so don't kid yourself. Buckle up every time or get a ticket. Click it or ticket. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Transportation.
Man, I loved playing high school sports growing up. And it's fun being a fan now, don't get me wrong, but sitting in the stands feels like I'm missing out on all the action, you know? I wanted to get back in the game, so I signed up to be a high school official. It takes me back to my playing days. I'm supporting students, and I get paid to make the big calls. Do you want to see the game up close? Sign up to become an official in Ohio at highschoolofficials.com.
Okay, here are 3 important reasons why your son or daughter should play a sport in high school.
Number 1.
High school sports teach valuable life lessons like self-discipline and time management skills.
2.
Teens who play a high school sport have better grade point averages.
And number 3.
High school sports are safer than ever before.
This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Hey, Dad.
Yeah.
You remember that ball game we went to a couple years ago?
Sure.
And how you didn't have enough cash for 2 hot dogs, so you walked with me on your shoulders until we found an ATM? And then when we got back to our seats, we never saw the hot dog guy again.
Well, I don't remember all that.
Yeah, that was an awesome game.
You never know which moments will be the ones they'll remember forever, so take time to be a dad today. Learn more at 1-877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
OHSAA state tournaments are currently on sale. See rosters, brackets, history and records, and over 7 features are included. Pick up your copy of the program.
As we welcome you back to Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium in Kent, we close in on the kick for the Division II state championship game here in the state of Ohio. I'm Marty Bannister along with Greg Fry. Chris Solwecki's on the sidelines for us tonight. Ryan Baker's our on-site producer. We're glad you're with us wherever you're listening to this game all across the great state of Ohio for high school football. They have crews out on the field right now. They are using snow blowers to try to clear off the yard lines right now to make that at least somewhat visible. And again, the snow continues to fall here as we close in on the state championship game between Avon and Cincinnati Anderson. We talked about Avon a moment ago. Let's focus in now on the Raptors from Anderson, who come up from the Cincinnati area, champions of the Eastern Cincinnati Conference, a very good football conference, and they won that this season. One of their big wins of the season was a knockoff of Winton Woods by the final of 31-17. This is a team that in this season they have had just 3 games decided by 10 points or less. They did win those 3 games, but they have scored 40 or more points 23 times in the last 2 years. Ray Fry, we talked about the conditions tonight. This is a high-powered offense. Does this affect them going into this tonight?
Absolutely. It's a prolific offense. I mean, they can flat throw it. They're pretty good to run the football too, but that's what they've done all year long. They've been an up-tempo offense. They don't like the punt. They like to go for things and put up a lot of points, and that has worked well for them all year. And the irony really is, this season's been a warm season. It's really been a warm season, and now tonight you get a total opposite. So I'm curious, as I'm sure anybody watching this game is going to be, how are they going to be able to handle this cold? But I'm going to tell you what, they've got some quality wins coming in. You said they beat Winton Woods. That's a very good Winton Woods defense. One of the most impressive I've seen this year. They beat Cincinnati LaSalle 2 weeks ago, and then Big Walnut last week. That's a big win. They came back to win that football game against a huge, solid Big Walnut team. So this team is ready to be here as well. They've earned the right, and they've got a great opportunity ahead of them tonight.
And speaking of being ready to be here, they got to the state semifinals last year and got boat raced by eventual Division II state champion Massillon. They lost by the score of 55-7. Earlier in the week, I asked their head coach, Evan Dreyer, if that game was a igniter for what they're doing this season.
It was everything. I'm going to be honest with you. That was losing 55-7, being out physical and being bumped and bruised heading that game. We had to we had to train differently, we had to coach differently, and we had to think differently to get back to this point. And we talk about we each had to change the way we lift, the way we run in the off season to make sure we're ready. We wanted to stay healthy throughout the season, so we had to change the way we practice. And 3, having a bunch of seniors go through that experience was key, Marty, because I truly think when you get a bunch of guys that experience a loss like that after getting back and winning a regional championship and being so high one week and then losing the way we did, we didn't play very well that night as well. So it stuck with us, it burned in us, and then we've been able to add that fuel. And when kids come together for a common goal, it's really, really special.
And this is an Anderson team, Greg Fry, that practices at 6 o'clock in the morning every week, going up to games on Friday nights. And when you look at it, your first thought is, well, how can you do that? Get out and practice at 6 o'clock in the morning. But you made a great point when we were talking about it earlier. Those, a lot of times, that's a benefit to a team, isn't it?
It is. Our team dabbled with that this year, and I frankly love it as a coach because you get there are advantages where your kids are fresh, number one. Your practice has to be efficient because you usually have about 90 minutes before the kids they still have to have time to get ready and go to school. But after school, you get free time, which means you can socialize more with other people. You can, if you want to watch a little film, you can watch film. And they're just you get into a really, really good rhythm of accomplishing something early in the day. There's so much positivity to that. I can't even tell you, but it's impressive that they've done that all year, among other changes. So I'm going to say this, that when you lose like they lost last year, there's value in that if you really look yourself in the mirror. And clearly, this team and this coaching staff has done that.
Great offensive stats are generated by some great offensive players. Justice Burnham, a 6'1 senior quarterback, comes into tonight having thrown for almost 4,000 yards this season. Darrell Turner, the running back, a transfer from Simon Kenton High School across the Ohio River in Kentucky, comes into this game with 1,200 yards rushing on the season and 26 touchdowns. Trace Jalek, Jake Bramer, Aiden McClanahan, and Caden Peening are outstanding talents for Burnham to throw the football to their defense. A lot of talent on that side, led by safety Jayon Sanders, who has 25 career interceptions. We talked about the conditions. As we go back down and check in once again with our sideline reporter, Chris Solwecki. Chris, you're standing down at about the midfield stripe, and you were watching the crews here try to get this field clean. What kind of success are they having?
Well, snow blowers are doing the job on the yard lines, but the snow continues to fall, so it's going to be, I'm afraid, an exercise in futility as they continue to try to do the same thing over and over. I will say this, I talked to Coach Dreyer just a while ago, and he said no change to the game plan. We're going to do what brought us here, and then make sure you've got your machines ready. And I didn't have the heart to tell him I was radio, so he's excited to get up and ready to go.
All right, Chris, thank you. We will check in with you as the evening goes along. And I think that's part of this, too, just to try to keep your mindset on where it needs to be, and that's coming out and playing the game. We were watching the teams warm up a short time ago. Players right on the field doing snow angels. They were diving and sliding across the field as the snow was really coming down about 5:30, 6 o'clock. Still coming down right now. Again, as I mentioned at the top of the broadcast, almost looks like a snow globe as we get ready to get this one going here tonight at Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium in Canton. It's the Division II state championship game. It's the first of 7 here in Northeast Ohio. We're glad you're with us. We'll continue our pregame show coverage as we get you ready for this title game coming up. You are listening to the Ohio High School Athletic Association Network. These messages coming up from the OHSAA and the OHSAA Radio Network, which is brought to you by Chocolate Milk.
Welcome to the home of Gridiron Legends, the newly renovated Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio. Walk among the immortals of football inside the Hall of Fame gallery. Here you can stand face to face with the men who built America's game. Relive the greatest moments of Super Bowl history in the Lamar Hunt Super Bowl gallery and stand before the Vince Lombardi Trophy, while the NFL Today gallery is home to the NFL's most recent record-breaking moments. Plan your visit to the Pro Football Hall of Fame today at ProFootballHOF.com.
Here's to the ones who put in the work, the no days off, rise and grind warriors who live by the oath of my body is my temple. And when their temple needs to rebuild after a long workout, athletes of all types choose low-fat chocolate milk. It's delicious and contains the right mix of protein and carbs to help refuel exhausted muscles. Chocolate milk turns Motivation Monday into Flex Friday. Crush your goals with the help of a real recovery drink. Try it for yourself. Built with chocolate milk, the official beverage of high school sports, is brought to you by the American Dairy Association Mideast.
Spectrum News 1, a new kind of news channel dedicated to refreshing storytelling and empowering communities across the Buckeye State. With your local forecast every 10 minutes and all of the essential news you need 24/7. Plus, in-depth shows and exclusives focused on your community. Always Ohio, always refreshing, always on. We are Spectrum News 1, exclusively on Spectrum.
For the players on the court, cheerleaders on the sideline, and fans in the stands, Varsity Brands is a national leader in team athletic gear, school spirit, and championship memorabilia. Recognized and endorsed by the Ohio High School Athletic Association, Varsity Brands partners with schools, coaches, and students to build school pride and student engagement. Visit varsitybrands.com for more information. Varsity Brands, elevating student experiences.
The following is a broadcast presentation of the Ohio High School Athletic Association.
15-0 Cincinnati Anderson, 15-0 Avon, meeting for the Division II state championship here at Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium. Before we go any further, let's pause 10 seconds and allow stations to identify themselves on the OHSAA radio network.
If you're located inside the stadium club, VIP, or rooftop, please exit the nearest emergency staircase. Also, there are 2 areas of assisted.
Avon, located in Lorain County. The Eagles are members of the Southwestern Conference. Mike Elder is their head.
This is the radio home of the best high school sports in Youngstown. We are Sports Radio 1240 WBBW Youngstown, a Cumulus media station.
This is their first time in the state championship game since 2011 when they lost the title game. They've been semifinalists 9 times overall. Avon has been in the playoffs 18 times. They have a 42-17 all-time record and reached the state championship game by virtue of a 35-10 win over Archbishop Holman last week at Infocision Stadium over at the University of Akron. Cincinnati Anderson, the Raptors from Hamilton County, come in with a mark, as we said, of 15-0. The Raptors, they have won a state championship in their history. That was back in 2007. They lost the state title game the following year. In 2008, 4th time as state semifinalist, 17th all-time playoff appearance for the Raptors of Anderson with a mark all-time of 28-15. Evan Dreyer is their head coach. He's in his 15th year. He has a mark of 72-27 as the head coach at Cincinnati Anderson. Overall, he is 116-47. Dreyer is a graduate of Mount St. Joseph. Anderson, a member of the Eastern Cincinnati Conference. And Greg talked about the difficulty of winning that league. Avon as well, too, a member of a very good football league, too. The Southwestern Conference, which includes, you would think Holman falls into the category of a bitter rival, but it also includes one of their very bitter rivals, and that's their neighbors at Avon Lake. That's always a big rivalry game. Now, the Anderson-Winton Woods game has started to fall into that in the last couple of years as we move along here, as we close in on kick tonight here at Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium. Crew's still out on the field right now trying to get the field at least somewhat playable as far as being able to visualize the yard markers and yard lines tonight. The snow continues to fall as we close in on kick here this evening between these 2 teams. As we mentioned, only 2 unbeaten teams playing for a state championship. There are a number of great games. We'll tell you more about those as we go along. A reminder that all OHSAA Radio Network broadcasts are available on your computer, tablet, or mobile device by simply logging on the OHSAA Radio Network page at ohsaa.org. Some of our great affiliates include Akron's WHLO AM 640, in Cambridge, WILE 97.7 FM. They are with us. Cleveland's WINT 101.5 FM and 1330 AM. Glad to have those folks with us tonight as well, too. And in Lima, WIMA, under the guidance of the one, the only, and we're all thankful for that, Todd Walker, as WIMA joining us. And Todd will be with you as coverage of the high school state championships continues here on the OHSAA Radio Network. Greg, playing in a game like this for a state championship, coming off of what both these teams did last year, the losses that they had, when you think about that, the way it kind of was a rallying point for both of these programs, and that's another interesting aspect of this game.
It's really a dramatic irony, how both those teams lost big last year and really rallied around that in the offseason, and they came back with a lot of seniors, obviously, and they knew they could have a good run, but it's the mentality of what do we have to do to get past that hurdle? Well, both teams have done that in the last couple of weeks, so that's where this gets interesting, because you got past the big hurdle, but there's one more, right? And this is the one you really want to win. So, big challenge for both of these head coaches and the staffs this week to really, really get these teams focused, to forget about what happened last week, which is when you're dealing with 16, 17-year-olds, 15, 16, 17, that's a tall order. So we're going to find out here. You add in, some let's call it pretty brutal conditions on top of that. It is going to be a very interesting night.
Both teams making their way onto the field right now. One other interesting aspect of all this, Avon had a home-and-home schedule-wise with Canton McKinley over the last couple of seasons. Canton McKinley, oh, by the way, the high school is located just behind the Hall of Fame Stadium here. This is their home field, and that was one of the reasons why Mike Elder said we scheduled that series. I wanted our kids to get a feeling as to what it's like to play on this field, and they did that last year and beat McKinley by the final 28-7. Last year they also beat McKinley. This year 21-14 the game played at Avon. One final break, then we'll get you ready for kickoff tonight. Avon and Anderson in the Division II title game. Let's pause for these messages from your local station. You're listening to the OHSAA Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Anthony Munoz. I didn't make it into the Pro Football Hall of Fame by letting drugs and alcohol affect my ability to play. I brought my A game every time, and that's what you should do when sharing the road. That means never getting behind the wheel under the influence and wearing your seatbelt, because it's always the best defense against a drunk driver. So whether you're driving around town or to the Pro Football Hall of Fame, never let impaired driving take you out of the game.
This message brought to you by the Ohio Department of Public Safety.
School sports are played by humans, coached by humans, and officiated by humans. So the next time you're sitting in the stands at a school athletic event, please remember this and maintain your humanity, especially when it comes to judging and critiquing athletes, coaches, and officials. Please show your fellow humans some respect. They'll appreciate your empathy.
This message presented by the OHSAA and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Want to know what I like best about high school sports? I love watching my son run on the field. I love the fact that since he's been playing high school sports, he's making better decisions. And I love knowing that with the proper equipment, education, conditioning, and coaching, high school sports here in Ohio are safer than ever before. And that's something I really love.
This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Did you just look down at your phone? You did it again, didn't you? You know, you're flying down the road in a 3-ton hunk of steel, and a text takes your eyes off the road for an average of 5 seconds. At 55 miles per hour, that's long enough to travel the length of a football field and cause some serious damage. Turn it off. Trust me, whatever it is, you'll live.
Learn more at StopTextStopWrecks.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Pre-game show continues.
Cincinnati Anderson won the opening toss and elected to defer, so they will kick the football away. Avon will get the football first. The Avon Eagles offense, led by 6'1", 200-pound senior quarterback Nolan Good, a Kent State commit on the season, has thrown for 3,142 yards, 28 touchdowns, and just 8 interceptions on the season. Good has also run for 712 yards this year and 9 touchdowns this season. Tyler Kaufman, Keontae Smith will be the running back. Smith has rushed for 582. Kaufman has run for 688 this season. Ian Engelhardt, Max Howe, Connor Bingham, Addison Hanna, and Jeremiah Kelly, who's going to the University of Cincinnati across that offensive line, will go up against the defense of Cincinnati Anderson. It's a 3-4 look with Ben Schultz, Colton Hornschmeyer, and Alex Stanyard across the front. The linebackers, and they run him in and out, and they're all very good. Tommy Huster, Reed Baker, Antoine Higgins, a sophomore who's already a top 50 national recruit, Jayon Saunders, Brady Kuhn, Owen Bergman. The corners are Ace Alston, who has had a pick 6 this season, Kamari Ty, Connor Fetcher, and Braden Heemstra Berkeley. We're ready for kick tonight in this Division II state championship game. Lucas Callahan will get set to boot the ball away for Cincinnati Anderson. The Raptors wearing the black jerseys with black pants, orange and white trim lettering and numerals, white helmets with the Raptor claw slash marks on either side of the helmet. Avon wearing the white jersey tops with purple and gold trim, gold pants, purple striping down either side of the pants, gold helmets, and the purple Eagles logo on either side of the helmet. Keontae Smith, who averages 22 yards a kick, is one of the deep backs to return this opening kick, and also back is Matt Maxey. Callahan approaches the football, and the Division II championship game is underway. Kick is fielded far side by Maxey, comes out to the 20-yard line and is dropped right around the 25, and that's where the Avon offense will come onto the field for the first time tonight in this Division II state championship game. Avon, again, averages 426 yards a game. They score 39 points a game. The Anderson defense allows opponents just 202 yards a game, and they have outscored their opponents throughout the season by the tune of 47-10. As Greg Fry and I look at the snow-covered field here at Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium, Avon will have the football moving from our right to left, but right away there was an illegal block on the opening kick, so that will push the Avon Eagles back on this opening possession. Ball will be moved back inside the 15-yard line. Rumor has it it's at the 13, again because of the snow-covered field right now.
We'll give you a little leverage tonight.
Yeah, we'll do our best here to keep you updated as to where the ball is at. First down and 10, first play from scrimmage. They go out of the pistol formation. Nolan Good will turn and hand the football off. And getting out across the 15-yard line is Tyler Kaufman, the 5'10", 200-pound senior. Gets out from the 12-yard line, out across the 15 to the 20, picks up 8 on first down. Kaufman, 688 yards on the season, senior. Gets the next touch. Middle of the field is ganged up and pushed back. Coming up to make the hit, Brady Kuhn, 6'3", 200-pound junior linebacker for Cincinnati. Anderson on the stop, and quickly we have a second down coming up. Third down situation now for the Avon Eagles, moving from right to left as we look at the field here again. The field mostly covered in snow. The yard lines are snow-blown clear, and the hash marks are, well, basically uncovered right now. Snow continues to fall. Temperature in the 20s as we kick it off. Third down and short call. This is Good, keeping the football, works to the far side, spins ahead for the Avon first down across the 25-yard line, gets out to the 29. Nolan Good picks up the
This is the radio home of the best high school sport.
Gain of 8, perhaps 9, out to the 29-yard line. And at the 10:46 mark, Avon with the night's first down.
Spotted the 29-yard line, gain of 8.
Ben Schultz, Colton Hornsheimer, and Alex Daniel across that front for Cincinnati Anderson. Far side hash mark is where Avon scrimmages. Out of the pistol formation, Good will turn and look to the far side for the play to be signaled in. Kaufman stands a couple of yards behind him. Just underway, scoreless in the first quarter of this Division II championship game. It's Kaufman finding a hole, getting flipped airborne and over across the 30. Out at about the 34-yard line to pick up a 4 for Tyler Kaufman.
One thing you noticed early here, Marty, is that offensive line for Avon really getting a push. They've been successful on first down. They get 8 on first down, now 5 on first down this time. And you see the strength of that O-line really moving the D-line for Anderson.
They call that offensive line the moving company, their ability to move people out of the way up front. Ian Engelhardt, Max Hauk, Connor Bingham, Addison Hanna, Jeremiah Kelly. Kelly, as we mentioned, headed to Cincinnati, a 6'3", 295-pound senior. Second down upcoming. Let's call it 2nd and 5 for Avon. To the right of Good is Kaufman, who gets the handoff from Good. He gets stacked up at the line of scrimmage and dropped right there. Good penetration that time by that Anderson defense. Again, there was Brady Kuhn coming up, helped out by Reed Barker on the stop. It'll bring up a third down.
Yeah, Brady Kuhn's an extra guy. He's the 7th guy in the box. He snuck up in there, unblocked, and blew that play up for no gain. Really good pressure by the defense.
Absolutely. Second on the team in tackles, Brady Kuhn, 6'3", 200-pound junior. Very athletic team as well, too. Head coach Evan Dreyer referred to his team as being long and lanky on defense. Ball at the 34 of Avon out of the Southwestern Conference. The Avon Eagles in the state championship game. That Holman game had been a massive hurdle for them to get over. Here's Good to throw. He'll dump it to the far side to Kaufman, and he moves his way ahead and picks up the first down with a little extra effort. Out to the 40, picks up a half dozen as they got the ball to Kaufman in space that time. And Greg, that's a play that picks up 6 yards. Is that a good play to run in these type of conditions?
It's just a swing pass. It's a glorified toss sweep. You get great blocking outside by the receivers, Kepner and Maxey, just really throwing a swing. But it's all about the blocking of execution. You get a hat-on-hat outside. He splits the difference, splits 2 defenders, and gets the first down.
However, it was a procedure call against the offense. So that'll wipe out the first down gain. And that'll push the Eagles back inside the 30, back to the 29-yard line.
And they get a do-over, except this time it's going to be 3rd and 11. That is not the position you want to be in these conditions.
You hear the term stay on schedule as much as possible for an offense. And, again, in these type of conditions, as the snow continues to swirl and fall here in Canton, you want to have every opportunity to give your offense the best chance as it can and have in a situation like this. Back to keep the football is good, and he's got running right across the 40, breaks free out of a
And then
tackle.
some.
He's got room down the
And
far
then
side
some.
sideline. 30, he's to the 25 of Anderson, and he will break free, and he will go into the end zone, touchdown. Nolan Good shook out of a couple of tackle attempts and goes 71 yards for the touchdown. Nolan Good. Wow. Breaks free. The Anderson defense had him slowed down at about the midfield stripe, and he wiggled out of the tackle attempt and then broke free down the sideline. The snow didn't fool him, and he goes into the end zone for the score from 71 yards out, and Avon scores first.
And Marty, they've run that play twice for success. It's really, if it's a draw play, but they run it as counter, and he followed two of his offensive linemen from the left hand and Kelly and took it to the house.
10th rushing touchdown of the season for Nolan Good, and an impressive run. Owen Warwick on to try the extra point. Snap a bit low. The hold is down. The kick by Warwick is up, and the kick is good. 8:15 to go, quarter number one. Avon strikes first. The Eagles get the 71-yard touchdown run from quarterback Nolan Good and have a 7-0 lead. Anderson will have the football when we come back here at Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium in Canton. Let's pause for these messages from the Ohio High School Athletic Association. You're listening to the OHSAA Radio Network, brought to you by Chocolate Milk.
You practice hard, you play hard. You're always reaching for your goals. You reach for the next point, the next yard, the next win. And after the game, reach for low-fat chocolate milk. It has the fluids to rehydrate you, the right mix of protein and carbs to refuel you, and the vitamins and minerals to help you build strong bones and bodies. Fuel up with chocolate milk. For more information, visit drink-milk.com.
Spectrum News 1, a new kind of news channel dedicated to refreshing storytelling and empowering communities across the Buckeye State. With your local forecast every 10 minutes and all of the essential news you need 24/7. Plus, in-depth shows and exclusives focused on your community. Always Ohio, always refreshing, always on. We are Spectrum News 1, exclusively on Spectrum.
7-0 is the lead for Avon. Here's the kick, fielded to the far side by Trace Jalek of Anderson. Breaks to the outside 25-yard line, 30, far side 35, out to the 40, and is escorted out of bounds in front of the Avon bench far side. And the Anderson offense will come onto the field in good field position after Avon gets on the board first on the touchdown run by Nolan Good. 6 plays, 87 yards. And the 71-yard touchdown run by Nolan Good, the big chunk of all of that. There is a penalty flag on the play, however, so that'll wipe out the majority of that return by Jalek. Illegal block. So that will push the ball back inside the 30. In fact, inside the 20-yard line. It'll walk it even further back, inside the 15. So this will move the football all the way back to the 14-yard line, and that's where Anderson will start. Justice Burnham, the quarterback, a 6'1", 190-pound senior. 74% of his throws have been completed this season, 3,986 yards, 41 touchdown passes, 6 interceptions, 3 in the last 2 games, however. We'll tell you more about the Anderson offense and set that Avon defense for you in a moment. Turner starts in motion. Burnham will throw that way to Turner near side, makes the catch, helmet high, tries to get to the far side and is thrown out of bounds right about the line of scrimmage. Good pursuit over there by the Avon defense as tracking him down and slowing him down, not letting him get to the corner was Jeremy Clements, a 5'11", 160-pound junior. Quickly back to the line of scrimmage come the Anderson Raptors. They'll empty the backfield. They'll do a lot of 5 wides. They got 5 wides on the field now on second down. Burnham steps up into the pocket, will keep the football out to the 20 and is bumped out of bounds right about the 20. Coming up to lay a little extra pop on him as he tried to step out of bounds was Owen Garcia, the 5'9", 195-pound senior linebacker.
And they go fast. This is going to be a big challenge for that Avon defense to get set every play.
Right back to the line of scrimmage is at the 20, a gain of 4. Burnham will look to the sideline again. They have 5 wides on the field. And they scrimmage from the near side hash, moving from our left to right. 7:54 to go, quarter number 1. Avon leads 7-0. Anderson with the football. Burnham will run a quarterback draw straight to the middle of the field. First down out to the 30-yard line and is dropped right there. Justice Burnham on the quarterback keeper right out to the 30-yard line, and they're right back to the line of scrimmage. First down and 10. Burnham will throw. Jalek makes the catch in traffic at the 32-yard line and manages to get across the 35 out to the 37. Trace Jalek, 6'3", 190-pound senior who's headed to Mercyhurst with the catch. And it's a second down and 4 upcoming for Cincinnati Anderson.
1,882 yards coming in, Marty. Almost 2,000 yards. He could hit 2,000 yards tonight. I'm not sure if I've ever witnessed that by a receiver.
Burnham again will keep the football. He's got a little running room again out to the 45-yard line, and he is dropped right at the 45 just as Burnham brought down Vinny DiTilio in on the stop for Avon. Their defense, Sam Toniolo and Jason Gillespie are the ends. Jeremiah Kelly is the nose tackle. We'll tell you about the linebackers in a moment. Back to throw is Burnham near side, trying to get the ball into the hands of Jalek, and right as the ball got there, so did Jacob Weatherspoon, an All-America recruit. Has 17 Division I offers, one of the best defensive backs in the state of Ohio, and he broke that play up nicely.
When last play came up and put a hit on Burnham, too. He is not afraid to come up and lay the wood.
Second down now. Second and 10, back to throw Burnham near side. Jalek makes the catch. He's going to throw the ball downfield and has a receiver wide open who makes the catch. That's Caden Peening, the tight end. He's inside the 15, inside the 10, and gets close to the goal line and is dropped at the 5. They flared it to the near side to Trace Jalek, who caught the ball. The left-hander that stopped and heaved it downfield for Caden Peening, the tight end, who was wide open. But hang on, this one's coming back too. This one's coming back too.
It was the first pass forward.
Referee tonight is Jeff Klaus. There's a legal formation against the offense. So that will wipe out that gain. That was a heck of a play call right there by Evan Dreyer and his staff. It certainly caught Avon off guard. And with the type of offensive talent they have, you can understand why they want to get the ball in as many different guys' hands as possible.
No doubt.
Now to move the ball back to the 40 where it'll be second down and 15. 6:48 to go, the moving clock here in this first quarter. Avon leads 7-0. Anderson just had a long play called back. Jalek in motion. Burnham rolls to the near side to throw and overthrows Turner at about the 40-yard line. Throw was a little high. Burnham did a 180 and then rolled to the left to throw the football and just threw it over the head of the 5'9" senior Darrell Turner, incomplete.
Marty, I get the sense, Avon is playing. They're really enticing Burnham to run. With only 4 guys in the box sometimes, maybe a fifth, but the run is there if they want it.
3rd and 15 from the 40. Burnham's back to throw, comes to the near side, a leaping attempt at a catch by Jalek, and the ball goes right through his hands and incomplete. That ball had a lot of zip on it. Jalek elevated, tried to come away with it, could not haul the ball in on coverage that time for the Avon Eagles. Tyler Kaufman was back playing defense. They also back there on defense had Trevor Malley on coverage. So that'll bring up a 4th down and 15. Burnham will do a quick pooch kick here. Very high kick. Spiral that won't have a whole lot of distance, but it takes a good Anderson roll inside the 15, inside the 10, inside the 5, and it wobbles to a halt at the 4-yard line. So the punt, a 56-yard kick after the roll. And Anderson has Avon pinned deep. Let's pause for these messages. 7-0. Anderson trailing Avon. The Eagles will get the football when we come back. You're listening to the OHSAA Radio Network, brought to you by Chocolate Milk.
You practice hard, you play hard, you're always reaching for your goals. You reach for the next point, the next yard, the next win. And after the game, reach for low-fat chocolate milk. It has the fluids to rehydrate you, the right mix of protein and carbs to refuel you, and the vitamins and minerals to help you build strong bones and bodies. Fuel up with chocolate milk. For more information, visit drink-milk.com.
Spectrum News 1, a new kind of news channel dedicated to refreshing storytelling and empowering communities across the Buckeye State. With your local forecast every 10 minutes and all of the essential news you need 24/7. Plus, in-depth shows and exclusives focused on your community. Always Ohio, always refreshing, always on. We are Spectrum News 1. exclusively on Spectrum.
Did you know that soy protein helps today's student athletes score goals, ace their serves, and cross the finish line? Soy is a great protein option that helps build muscle, reduces inflammation, and helps with muscle recovery after exercise. Adding both soy and animal protein to your diet makes for a winning combination. For more about the benefits of soy protein, the Ohio Soybean Council invites you to visit soysecrets.com. The Ohio Soybean Council, sustaining life, respecting nature.
Check out the OHSAA on social media. Follow at OHSAA Sports on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok.
Welcome back to Top Ben Games in Canton, Ohio. Nothing. Avon 6:20 to play in the first quarter. You know, every team has their own.
We'll check back in, Chris, with you here coming up in a couple of minutes. Avon will have the football first down and 10. The ball inside the 5 at their own 4-yard line. Interesting to note that Avon, which last week got over that, again, big, massive hump when they knocked off Akron-Hoban in the state semifinals. Well, they scored on the first series. They had the football last week. They come out and score the first time they have the football in the state championship game as well, too. So I think any worry about them still having a Hoban hangover is kind of out the window right now.
Well, and the key was it was 3rd and 11. I mean, 3rd and 11, and you're backed up after a penalty. They had gotten the first down, but to not only get the first down, but to go to the house, that's a significant play in this game. When it's all said and done, you know, a couple hours from now, I think we'll look back on that play.
6:20 to go, quarter number 1. It is 7-0 Avon on top, and they come to the line of scrimmage again, which is their own 4-yard line after the 56-yard Justice Burnham punt for Anderson. Nolan Good standing on the goal line. Keontae Smith is in at the running back position now, and Smith gets the handoff and gingerly starts his way into the hole, then is pushed back as he got across the 5 for a short gain out to the 6. Smith last week against Hoban ran for 104 yards and 3 touchdowns, and picks up a couple there to be a 2nd down and 8 call upcoming. We're halfway through quarter number 1 in the Division II state championship game, the only matchup of unbeaten teams in the state championships. The 7 games this weekend, Cincinnati Anderson and Avon, both 15-0. Smith stands behind quarterback Nolan Good in the pistol formation. Good is a Mr. Football finalist in Ohio. He'll keep the football following Smith through the hole. Spins out across the 15-yard line. He's got some running room again and has another Avon first down as he gets out across the 15 to the 18 to pick up a dozen. First down, Avon.
Tell you what, he's a heck of a runner. He's 6'1", 200 pounds, and very, very shifty, very, very quick. Obviously, he ran one already 71 yards for a touchdown, but this was a nice little pickup and very patient with his reads. Ran through a free safety. Jayon Saunders just whiffed. Impressive run.
He fell ahead to the 18, but we'll say his knee touched down in the snow at the 17-yard line. So it's a gain of 11, still good enough for a first down. 5:12 to go first quarter. Avon leads 7-0. Snow continues to fall here in northeast Ohio and Kent. I guess further to the north, they really got hammered. Here's Good throwing to the near side, and a heck of a grab of a low throw over there that won't pick up much yardage. Grant Barr, his 41st catch of the season, gets out to the 20-yard line, a gain of just 3, but that was a low throw that was a little behind him. Shows some pretty good hands there, hauling that pass in great.
That'd be a great catch in normal weather, let alone tonight. But that's an RPO where a good job there by Good. He's going to pull that out and make the throw to Barr a little bit low, and Grant Barr saves the day. It's only about a 3-yard gain, but it's a heck of a lot better in 2nd and 7 than 2nd and 10.
Good has a trio of receivers to throw the football to. Matt Maxey has 84 catches on the season. That was the 41st for Barr a moment ago. Cole Kepner has 31. First down and 10 out of the 17 for Avon. And now we have whistles coming in and a timeout called by Mike Elder, the head coach at Avon. Stopping the clock with exactly 5 minutes to go here in quarter number 1. That gives me a chance to remind you that chocolate milk has essential nutrients every athlete needs, not typically found in traditional sports drinks. Next time you grab a beverage, whether it's in the lunchroom, out on the field, or at home, remember to rethink your drink and choose chocolate milk. Chocolate milk is the official beverage of the Ohio High School Athletic Association, and as we are so fond of reminding you this time of year, it's Todd Bell's favorite drink. Member of our OHSAA.
We will remind him of that later tonight.
Absolutely. Well, you won't see him later tonight. You don't have to worry about that.
That's true. He does get to bed early.
Exactly. Put a second back on the clock. 5:01 to go here, quarter number 1. Glad to have you with us here from snowy Northeast Ohio, Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium. Snow continuing.
They
to
turned
fall
up
here.
the snow machine to start at the end of the first quarter here because it's kicked up a notch. We'll have the slopes ready for you.
Yeah, exactly. We were mentioning earlier how the northeast part, a little further northeast, the Cleveland area, they were getting that lake effect snow where you get anywhere from 9 to
They measured
27
feet
inches.
there, not
Yeah.
inches.
Well, I don't know how those folks do that up there. Ball's out at the 20 where it is 2nd down and 7 after the 3-yard gain. To the near side hash mark is where Avon scrimmages. Good will hand the football off. This is Maxey on a little jet sweep action, and he's tackled right at the line of scrimmage, no gain. Good penetration that time. The Anderson defense did a nice job of reading that. Connor Fetcher, the 6'3", 180-pound senior safety, strung that play out and dropped Maxey for no gain at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, great job by Fetcher there. Just ran through a block, kept his outside leverage, forced that really couldn't go outside, blew it up.
That'll bring up a 3rd down call. Avon so far 2 for 2 on 3rd downs, including that 71-yard scoring scamper by Nolan Good.
And this is where Anderson defense got to step up on 3rd down there. They're 0 for so far. They've had them backed up, but not been able to get a stop.
Shotgun formation, and Good is back to throw. Has some time in the pocket, looks right, looks left, fires over the middle, and has a receiver, a leaping grab out of the 30-yard line. That's Matt Maxey going airborne to make the catch, and then going right down to the field turf at the 30. It's a gain of 10 and a 1st down.
That's just a great catch. He ran a dig, and unfortunately for Good, he had all day to throw. Plenty of time to throw this ball. The dig's up and over the middle. To throw him behind him, but Maxey does a great job. That's the 2nd great catch on this drive to move the chains.
Matt Maxey, 85 catches now on the season with 10 touchdowns. 3:53 to go in this first quarter. Again, 7-0 Avon with the lead. Their 2nd possession. And remember, this drive started back at their own 4-yard line. Smith off to the right of Good, who will follow him through the hole to the right side, and there goes Good again. Out to the 40-yard line to the 45, and he is shoved out of bounds right in front of his bench. And another 1st down for the Avon offense. Picks up 14 yards and another 1st down.
Well, they're running counter off of they're showing pass and running counter, and he follows left guard Addison Hanna, and he follows his tight end Ty Beerbaum. And those two do a heck of a job blowing up the linebackers. And there's a gaping hole. He's 10 yards down the field for nobody else is in the vicinity. That play has been highly successful.
Number 1 seed in Division II Region 6. They finished number 1 this year in the AP poll. Anderson, oh, by the way, finished number 2 in the Associated Press poll. 1st down and 10 Avon. Far side hash mark is where they scrimmage, and here's Good with the football wrapped up as he started into the hole. And right back to the line of scrimmage, no gain that time, as Anderson had the answer right there, as meeting him as he started in was Antoine Higgins, the 6'4", 225-pound sophomore linebacker, already a top 50 recruit, the 6'4", 225-pounder, getting looks from a lot of Power 5 schools.
We just want to give him a little bit of love for running that play. They ran it again, and left guard Hanna missed, and guess who made the play?
Antoine Higgins. 2nd down and 10, 3:10 to go, quarter number 1. Beerbaum, the tight end, starts in motion, comes set in a slot to the near side. Good will now look to the far side as they hold up the placards with the plays, the formations. Single wides to the far, double wides to the near side, and that's where Good will throw near side. The pass is knocked away and almost intercepted. What a heck of a pop right there. Number 9 greeted the other number 9. That was Brady Kuhn greeting the intended receiver, Cole Kepner, and separating from the football, incomplete pass.
Great anticipation by Brady Kuhn. He saw it coming. They threw the quick screen, and he ran right through the blocker and just blew this thing up. And he's been a force so far defensively for Anderson.
Sure has. 3rd down and 10 upcoming now. Incompletion, stop the clock. Avon with the ball at their own 44-yard line. I-77 in the background of the East grandstands here. Good crowd despite the conditions tonight. Good out of the shotgun, will keep the football and gets through a gap out to the Hall of Fame insignia near the midfield stripe and is shoved back shy of the 1st down. He got up to about the 48 and pick up at just 4 for Nolan Good. And for the first time tonight, Avon facing a punt situation.
But they ran the counter this time to the left side. They've been running it very successfully to the right, and that time again, Brady Kuhn came up. He didn't make the play, but he forced it back inside. He got linebacker help, and they got the stop, at least so far. Well, it's 4th and 5.
I said punt situation, but the punt unit is not on the field right now.
Maybe taking a page out of the Anderson playbook here.
It is 4th down and 6. The ball is at their own 48-yard line, and they will play on 4th down.
Or are they going to try to draw them off?
See if Good does a pooch kick here. They'll send 2 wides, split to the near side, 2 to the far side. Good will take the football. He's going to throw and has a receiver, and it's a first down. The catch into Anderson territory. Good enough for the first down, just ahead of the marker Ty Beerbaum with the catch. And it's a first down for the Avon Eagles. They get to the Anderson 45-yard line.
They took a page out of the Anderson offense. They went 5 wide, and Beerbaum was just in the slot, just threw a quick hitch. Great catch and throw, move the chains.
21st catch of the year for Beerbaum, a gain of 7 and a first down. 1:45 to go in this first quarter. Avon leads 7-0, their second possession.
Jim Tressel would not be happy tonight.
Beerbaum comes set in a slot to the near side. It's the pistol formation. Kaufman's back into the game behind Good. Good will take a hand clap and look to the far side. They're going to have to call, I think they were trying to call a timeout, but it's a procedure call.
10 yards downfield in his route. He gave up his route. He was running a post corner. He was in the second part of his route before he realized nobody else was moving.
He went dashing through the snow when he didn't need to.
That was a oops.
Yeah.
That was kind of like when you're playing baseball and you're an outfielder and you're running after 2 outs. And you're the only one running in and you're sprinting to the dugout. That's one of those.
Ball moved back to the midfield stripe where it's 1st and 15 now for Avon. Handoff goes to Kaufman, starts right, comes back left, and is grabbed and thrown down right about the 45-yard line of Anderson. Coming up to make the hit for the Raptors defense was Owen Bergman, the 6'2", 220-pound senior. Team's leading tackler, his 83rd of the season right there with the stop. And it'll bring up the second down and 10 call. Under a minute to go, quarter number 1, Avon leads 7-0.
Well, the thing I'm seeing, the trend I'm seeing so far is the moving company, this offensive line for Avon. They're moving people around. This is a very good defense they're facing, but you're seeing gaping holes for Good and Kaufman time and time again.
That was one of Evan Dreyer, the head coach of Anderson. His big concern was that offensive line, how they dealt with that tonight. And so far, Avon winning the line of scrimmage. Good lines up over center, turns and hands off Kaufman, and has some running room to the left side. Spins out a one tackle attempt and is finally brought down by a quartet of Raptors across the 35 and the 33. It's a gain of 17 and another first down. Tyler Kaufman, the 5'10 senior. Some nice running on this snow-covered field and a first down.
Another chunk play. I mean, they can pick up 13 on that play. And again, great blocking out front, great kick out.
And I think that will have been the last play of quarter number 1. Yes, that will be the case. We are through one period of play. It's the Division II state championship game. A 71-yard touchdown run by Avon quarterback Nolan Good, the Knights' only score to this juncture. After 1, it's Avon 7, Cincinnati Anderson nothing. We head to quarter number 2, but we'll pause first for these messages from your local station. You're listening to the OHSAA Radio Network.
This is the sound of a popular American motorcycle. It's the sound of freedom, the open road, really good times. And this is what it sounds like with a drunk guy on it. How do you like the sound of that? Cops are cracking down on drunk motorcycle riders. If you ride drunk, you will get caught and you will get arrested. Drunk riding, over the limit, under arrest. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Transportation.
How do you define strength? Is it physical? Or is it mental? Maybe it's both. Maybe it's whatever empowers a person to dig deeper, fight harder, and overcome obstacles that once seemed insurmountable. Discover how much stronger and more confident your children can be. Encourage them to participate in a sport when they go to high school.
This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Question. When you walk into the boardrooms of the most successful companies here in Ohio, who do you meet? Answer. Men and women who played high school sports. Education-based high school sports give us more than athletes we can root for. They give us leaders we can depend on. Question. So where will we find tomorrow's leaders? Answer. High school sports.
This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
So when you get to the corner of Smith and Orchard, you're going to want to take a left.
You are not going to
then
believe
what you're going
this.
to do is turn
Marcy
into Marcy
and Brad
Avenue
just broke up,
and go past
and apparently
the first 3
she's
lights
happy
and
about
then take
it.
the next left.
I don't really
Then
think
drive
she's
5 more
happy,
blocks
but
and you should be
who am
there.
I to judge, right?
Park
anyway,
on the right.
That's
I'll
what
see
I
you
heard
later
last
tonight.
night.
It's hard to concentrate on 2 things at once, like texting and driving. Stop the text, stop the wrecks. How will you stop texting and driving? Tell us at stoptextstopwrecks.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
It's the Division II State Championship game, game number 1 of 7 here at Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium. And we welcome you back here for this Division II Championship game, along with the quarterback Greg Fry on the sidelines, Chris Solwecki, Ryan Baker's our on-site producer engineer. I'm Marty Bannister, and we're so glad you have elected to spend part of your football Thursday with us for this state championship game. The only score of the night, an explosive play, a 71-yard touchdown run by Avon quarterback Nolan Good. And the Eagles with the football as we start quarter number 2 are moving again. Greg, what stood out for you quarter number 1?
Offensive line for the moving company for Avon really is they've converted on a number of third downs. They're getting a lot of chunk plays rushing the football with Nolan Good and Tyler Kaufman. So far that's been the difference in the game. I really think the team that runs the ball better tonight, I mean that's a cliche obviously, but especially in these conditions is going to get it done.
Avon with 140 yards rushing as we start quarter number 2. Eagles moving from our left to right. Handoff goes to Smith, and he is flipped airborne across the 30-yard line. Line of scrimmage was the 33, and he was flipped airborne and fell ahead out to the 28. Picks up 5 on carry number 1 of quarter number 2. Avon scores 39 points a game. This has been one of their biggest quarters of the year. They have scored 212 points this year in quarter number 2 of their prior 15 football games.
Yeah, both these teams are very, very good the first half this year. But I will say this so far tonight, really, with the conditions, ball control's been very good. They're catching the foot. They've made some tough catches. Nobody's fumbling the ball.
Second down.
Very impressive.
Yeah, the second down and 5. Good work over center. Will play fake and step back to throw. Has some time. He's hitting the backfield. Tries to wiggle out of tackle attempt. Can't, and will be brought down in the backfield for a sack. Great job by that Anderson defense. They just would not let him get free. Reed Barker, junior middle linebacker, number 2 on the team in tackles with 75. Got there and drops good for a loss back to the 35, a loss of 7.
Yeah, heck of a job. A great pursuit out there. He did not go down easy, too. He got away from a couple guys, and Baker finally got him on the ground. 6'1", 205 junior. Good pressure. He wasn't the only one in there, but he's the one that got him on the ground. But 3rd and 12, that's, they converted on these. So this, again, the Anderson defense has got to step up to try to get a stop.
4 wides on the field, 3 to the near side. They'll dump the ball to the near side. Good to Smith, and he is grabbed and brought down right about the 30-yard line. Again, Reed Barker, who made that big hit a moment ago on the tackle, the quarterback, gets out to drop Keontae Smith out of the 30. A gain of just 5, so it's 4th down and 7 now.
Well, I think Marty, that was a positive gain enough that they're still going to go for it. They're out of field goal range at this point on the balls in the 30, as far as we know. They're going to go.
Smith will check out. They'll run Kaufman back onto the field.
And as we've seen tonight, they're good enough. They can run the ball in 4th and 7 and be effective.
2 minutes into quarter number 2. Avon leads 7-0, facing a 4th and 7 at the Anderson 30-yard line. Good out of the shotgun. Is back to throw. Has all kinds of time in the pocket. Fires near side and misses his receiver to the near side. Trying to get the ball into the hands of Cole Kepner. And on downs, Anderson's defense comes up with a stop, and they'll get the football back at their own 30-yard line with 9:55 to go here in quarter number 2, trailing 7-0.
Well, the positive thing about that drive, they went 66 yards and flipped the field. They didn't score, but they chewed up some clock. They flipped the field. Now their defense can come out, and Anderson's got to go to the long field again.
And that drive for Anderson started at their own 4-yard line, as Greg mentioned. And they come up empty, but not a complete negative, I guess, is maybe a somewhat.
Well, I'm a glass half.
You are,
right?
That's one of the things we like about you. Maybe the only thing. Here's Burnham on the quarterback draw, coming out to the 35-yard line from the 30, and picks up a half dozen out to the 36. Justice Burnham. One of the things that Evan Dreyer talked about, having a senior quarterback eases so many worries when you come into a season, who has done what Burnham has done this year. He's going to keep the football again on 2nd down and gets out to the 41-yard line, gains 5, and another Anderson first down.
And as I said in their first drive, I really think that Avon defensively is going to kind of bait Justin Burnham to run the football. He's scanning the field, deciding if he wants to throw it or run it. It's a light box, so they're going to keep running him, and the safeties are coming up, and they are trying to hit him hard.
Penalty flag comes in before the Raptors can snap the football. They had 5 wides on the field.
False start. Offense number 77.
False start on the offense. So that will move the football back to the 36-yard line and make it 1st and 15.
Yeah, they can ill afford that here. Week 16, those are no-nos.
1st down and 15.
After this play, we'll check in with Chris Solwecki on the sideline for us. 3 wides far side, stack 2 wides to the near side to the Anderson Raptors. Empty backfield, and Burnham will keep the football out to the 39-yard line, and he has planted right there. It's coming up to make the hit. Cornerback Alex Rivera. Chris Solwecki on the sidelines for us.
Guys, it is very, very cold, as we've already kind of emphasized, but each sideline has a big heater that has been placed there for the teams. Interestingly, the thing they're warming the most are their feet. They're lifting them up, putting them right up against the heater. That's the piece. They can't feel their toes. It's hard to run. It's hard to cut. So they're doing their best to stay warm that way.
Here comes Burnham to the near side on 2nd down and 11, and is run out of bounds in front of his bench. He was scanning the field, had all kinds of time to throw the football, just didn't have anybody to throw it to, and just kept the football and gets out to the 45-yard line. A gain of 5 that'll bring up a 3rd down call.
Did a good job, no throw right there. He had a couple guys open early, missed them, and just decided to keep it and get some positive yards.
3rd down and 6 for Anderson. Near side hash. They move from right to left as Greg and I look at the snow-covered field here at Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium. Pass to the near side. Here's Aiden McClanahan with his first catch of the night. And for McClanahan on the season, his 59th reception. And he is a couple of yards shy of the 1st down on the catch as he was escorted out of bounds in front of his bench.
I'll tell you what, Jacob Witherspoon, he is laying the wood. He is coming downhill every time looking to hit somebody hard.
Yeah, everybody's after that young man.
You can see why.
Outstanding talent in that defensive backfield for Avon. 8.5 to go, quarter number 2, 7-0 Avon. Anderson trying to convert on a 4th down and 4. They have the ball just shy of the midfield stripe. Burnham will follow his running back Turner through the hole and just got the 1st down. Extra effort right there by Burnham as he crosses the midfield stripe and gets to the Avon 48-yard line and a 1st down for Anderson.
Yeah, nice pickup. Follow his guard, follow his back. Easy pickup. And they're right back at it.
With a slot, handoff goes to Turner. Is bumped down almost immediately after taking the football, and a big hit there. And we've got an Avon player slow getting up after the play.
It's Rivera who's on the ground. Check that. Nope.
Able to get back up after the hit. Athletic training staff is still going to come out and check on Tyler Kaufman, who was in defensively at one of those defensive back spots. And that stops the clock with 8:12 to go here in this first half. We have a timeout on the field. Avon leads Anderson by the score of 7-0 here at quarter number 2. We'll pause for these messages from the Ohio High School Athletic Association. You're listening to the OHSAA Radio Network, which is brought to you by Chocolate Milk.
Here's to the ones who put in the work, the no days off, rise and grind warriors who live by the oath of my body is my temple. And when their temple needs to rebuild after a long workout, athletes of all types choose low-fat chocolate milk. It's delicious and contains the right mix of protein and carbs to help refuel exhausted muscles. Chocolate milk turns Motivation Monday into Flex Friday. Crush your goals with the help of a real recovery drink. Try it for yourself. Built with chocolate milk. The official beverage of high school sports is brought to you by the American Dairy Association Mideast.
Max Preps is your source for high school sports. From schedules to stats, live scores, rosters, video, and photos, Max Preps has it all. And when you download the Max Preps app, you can add your favorite teams and get notified on the go. Have your own personalized scoreboards and stay updated on the latest news surrounding your high school team. As a proud partner of the Ohio High School Athletic Association, Max Preps wishes every student, athlete, and coach out there a very successful season.
Welcome to the home of Gridiron Legends, the newly renovated Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio. Walk among the immortals of football inside the Hall of Fame gallery. Here you can stand face to face with the men who built America's game. Relive the greatest moments of Super Bowl history in the Lamar Hunt Super Bowl gallery and stand before the Vince Lombardi Trophy, while the NFL Today gallery is home to the NFL's most recent record-breaking moments. Plan your visit to the Pro Football Hall of Fame today at ProFootballHOF.com.
School sports aren't just extracurricular, they are extra important. Find out more at OHSAA.org.
8:12 remains to be played, quarter number 2. Welcome back to Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium in Canton, Ohio. The Pro Football Hall of Fame sits right behind the East Grandstand. This has been a great relationship between the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Stark County, the Canton area, they love hosting these games and being the host site for these state championship games. We've said it before, but it's worth repeating. There's not a better spot in this state to have these championship games than this facility right here.
I absolutely, wholeheartedly agree with you. This is a tremendous facility, and they want us here, and they act like it too. Like it's a special place to come to, and I know some teams have to travel a little bit longer. I used to not like that, but I'll tell you what, right now it's a very much positive. Love it here.
Anderson came up last night, stayed in a hotel in the area. Avon made the trip down today after a pep rally in the school. They even visited some of the elementary schools in the Avon district. Looking for the best way to connect with the OHSAA every day? Follow us on Facebook, X, YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. You'll find tournament updates, event announcements, video, news from around the state, and more. On the OHSAA social media platforms, we have you covered. Anderson facing a 2nd down and 9. The ball at the Avon 47-yard line. Darrell Turner gets the handoff and moves to the 45-yard line and pick up on the couple. Turner's an interesting story. Spent last year at Simon Kenton High School across the Ohio River in Kentucky, where he was Kentucky's 6A leading rusher. That's their big school division. 7 divisions in Ohio. They go 6A, 5A, so forth in Kentucky. And Turner was the state's leading rusher with 1,401 yards and 13 touchdowns. 3rd down and 7 after the 2-yard gain. They'll put the tight end Peening in a slot to the near side. Peening had committed to UCF, but on Sunday revoked that commitment and reopened his recruitment. Back to throw is Burnham with an empty backfield. Looks, heaves the ball long to the near side, has a receiver open. The pass hangs a little bit, and it falls incomplete. Trying to get the ball to the near side and had a receiver open, trying to get it to Jake Bramer, but the ball hung in the air a little bit and falls incomplete. That'll bring up a 4th down.
And that's where the wind's a factor, because Bramer was 10 yards behind his defender, and that ball just hung and wobbled. You can just see he had a hard time finding that ball and located it, hit him in the hands, but unable to bring it in.
Greg, is it tougher for a quarterback to throw the ball in these conditions?
Well, if you throw a wobbler, the wind just eats it up. If you throw a tight spiral, it'll cut through the wind, but if it wobbles at all, it's really rough, especially in the wind.
4th down and 7. Anderson will play again with the ball at the Avon 45 again. Burnham in the first quarter had a pooch punt that ended up going 56 yards. But before this, Anderson will call a timeout as the clock is stopped at the 7:17 mark. Again, Avon leads by the score of 7-0 in this Division II state championship game. Are you ready to make the call? Positions are always available when it comes to high school game officials. Officiating is a great way to stay in shape, remain close to the game, and contribute to the educational experiences of our student athletes. Signing up is easy. To get started and learn more, go to the officiating section of the OHSAA website at ohsaa.org/officiating. 7-0. Avon leads Cincinnati Anderson. Great to have you with us here tonight for this Division II state championship game. Chris Solwecki's on the sideline for us tonight. How you holding up down there, big guy?
I'm doing great, man. It's fantastic down here. We're having a blast.
Said with a straight face.
That's right. Not an ounce of sarcasm in that one.
No, not at all. Hey, listen, I'll tell you this. On the back of these Anderson helmets, it says work wins. And that is the thing that has perpetuated this team, propelled this team all season long from the first day of practice to today. Work wins. I think that's something we can all wrap our minds around.
I would agree with that. 4th down and 7. The ball's at the Avon 45. We'll put a man in motion, and Burnham will go back to throw now. Delivers. The pass is tipped and falls incomplete.
Here comes the flag, though. There was contact. It's coming. That's an automatic first down.
Trying to get the football to the talented tight end, Caden Peening. And the throw was a little high, but as Greg mentioned, there was contact.
And I think that might have been, excuse me, Marty, that might have been Weatherspoon getting there early, I believe.
I think
in
you're right.
Safety position.
Yeah, I think you're right.
That's a first down.
That's a matchup everyone was kind of excited to see tonight. Those two tangle with one another. So the pass interference call will keep the Anderson drive alive and move the ball ahead to the Avon 30.
You get a lot of boos, of course, from the Avon faithful, but that was a good call. He got there early.
We'll put 3 wides to the near side. The far side is empty. It's a shotgun formation with Turner off to the left of the quarterback, Burnham. And the tight end, Peening, in a slot to the far side. Turner will take the handoff and follow Peening through the hole and then get slammed down shy of the 25 at the 26 and pick up a 4 for Darrell Turner. 2nd down upcoming. 2nd down and 6 for the Anderson Raptors. Shotgun formation, handoff again goes to Turner, evades one tackle and moves his way towards another Anderson first down, got to the 20 where he was wrapped up and brought down. Over there for Anderson to make the stop for the Eagles was Jack Rickovic, 5'10", 242-pound. They call that the jack position. It's almost a combination end linebacker spot. 1st and 10 now at the Avon 20 for Anderson. Wide slots for that offensive line. Back to throw is Burnham, looking to the near side now. Will heave it towards the end zone now. Into the end zone, the pass is knocked away. Either knocked away or it hit the defensive back in the back of the helmet.
You are correct, sir.
That was Alex Rivera, yeah.
Hit him in the back of the helmet. A little bit late on the throw, I think. And, I was having a flashback, Marty, to our arena football days because the time in between.
Why'd you have to bring that up?
The time in between snaps is limited tonight. Let's just say that.
Jake Brammer was the intended receiver. 3 wide to the far side, 2 to the near side on
Look out.
2nd down and 10. Burnham runs straight at the middle of the field and is brought down inside the 15-yard line, shy of the 10.
Burnham on the keeper.
And guess who? Jacob Weatherspoon came up and put a hit on him, got him on the ground. Boy, he's a sure thing making a tackle, and you know when you get tackled by him.
He got to the 16, just shy of the first down. Burnham to throw near side, has a receiver. This is McClanahan to the 5, and he will go into the end zone near side. Is he in? Officials are looking at one another. No signal yet.
He's
and
in.
It is a touchdown.
He's
it
in.
is a touchdown for Cincinnati Anderson. Aiden McClanahan got that little swing pass to the near side, was able to tightrope his way through the snow into the end zone for the score. And the Anderson Raptors are a point away from leveling the Division II state championship game.
Great example of an RPO right there. Burnham, that was a run play with an opportunity to throw it outside of McClanahan. Great read. He sucked the defense in, threw it outside, and McClanahan got a great block and raced to the end zone.
42nd touchdown pass of the season for Justice Burnham. Lucas Callahan on to try the extra point. That would tie the game with 6:01 to go here in quarter number 2. Snap is a bit high. The hold is down. The kick by Callahan is up, and it just manages to make its way through the uprights and good. Timeout on the field halfway through quarter number 2. We are tied. It's the Division II state championship game. Avon and Anderson tied at 7. Let's pause for these messages from the OHSAA. You're listening to the OHSAA Radio Network, brought to you by Chocolate Milk.
Welcome to today's game. This is Dan Horde from the Cincinnati Bengals Radio Network. While I love calling the action of Bengals games with Ohio natives like Joe Burrow and Sam Hubbard, I also love high school sports. On behalf of the OHSAA, let's all do our part to set a good example and make this a fun and safe experience for the kids involved. I know how much this game means to the players, coaches, and fans, but high school sports are about so much more than wins and losses. They are about communities, sportsmanship, and life lessons that will stay with student athletes long after their playing days are over. Good luck to both teams, and please remember to respect the game.
This is Eddie George, and you're listening to the State Football Championships on the OHSAA Radio Network.
Lucas Callahan to kick the ball away for Anderson and kicks a line drive right at one of the upbacks for Avon. And a short return out across the 40-yard line. That ball was kicked on a low line and was fielded by Avon's Grant Barr. That ball had a lot of zip on it. It was almost a knuckleball right at him. He chest high made the catch. And gives them decent field position to start this possession here in quarter number 2. Ball will be at their 42-yard line. Game's tied at 7.
Marty, I think it's safe to say this is probably as deep into a game as Anderson has gone this year to finally score. Deep into the second quarter.
I don't think there's any question about that. They have that high-powered offense averages 47 points per game. And just getting on the scoreboard halfway through quarter number 2. It's interesting to note throughout the season, Anderson this year played just 3 games that were decided by 10 points or less. Handoff goes inside. This is the running back with the carry making his way out near the midfield stripe. That was Cam Wendell with the carry for Avon.
Cam Wendell, the ball carrier.
It's out to the midfield stripe, picked up 8.
Wendell's got 6 touchdowns on the year, 77 carries.
A lot of depth in that backfield. Remember, Tyler Kaufman was shaken up on the defensive side of things a little bit earlier in this quarter. Here's a handoff again to Wendell. He just steps into Anderson territory before he is thrown back. Coming up for Anderson to make the stop was the defensive tackle, the nose guard, Colton Hornschmeyer, 6'4", 270-pound senior. It's a couple of yards shy of a first down. It'll be 3rd down and 2 for Avon. Game's tied at 7. I asked Evan Dreher earlier in the week if that's a concern, not playing very many close games, and he admitted it was. It was something that we were a little worried about, but they handled it each in the last 2 weeks. They beat LaSalle 28-21. And then battled to beat a very good Sunbury Big Walnut team 28-24. good, will keep the football himself, has the first down, and just got the first down by about a yard as he makes it to the Anderson 46-yard line to pick up a 3 for Nolan Good. Headed to play at Kent State. They feel he might be able to step right in and quarterback next year at Kent State. And I can tell you from having seen the Golden Flashes earlier this season, they need all the help they
need
get.
a lot of help. There's no doubt about that.
Winless campaign, 0-12 this year. 4.5 to go here in the second quarter. Handoff goes to Wendell again. He runs right into a number of Raptors who reach their claws out and drop him right at the 45-yard line. Gain of 1 for Wendell. That'll bring up a 2nd down and 9 call. Nolan Good entered the night with 712 yards rushing. And, of course, the 71-yard run earlier in the game, the only touchdown of the night. His 23 season ended with an injury in the regional semifinals. Avon again lost to Akron Holden last year, but got over that hump this year. Back to throw is good, and now keep the football, trying to find some running room. And again, runs into the middle of the field and runs into a lot of guys wearing black jerseys. And one of the first Raptors to get there on the stop, Owen Bergman, came up. And that play got him about a yard to the 44-yard line. And so that'll bring up a 3rd down and 8 with 3:28 to go here in this second quarter. We're tied at 7.
You know, the other factor in this game, Marty, is that Avon is really controlling the time possession. And by doing that, you keep the Anderson offense on the bench. That's the best defense you can play, is to really possess the football, keep that high-powered offense on the sideline, and let them get cold.
171 to 91 is the yardage advantage so far in this game for Avon. Back to throw is good on 3rd down and 8. Has some time, heaves it long over the middle now. The pass is caught at the 5, and diving into the end zone for an Avon touchdown is Matt Maxey. What a throw by Nolan Good. Maxey ran behind the defensive back, made the catch inside the 5, stretches into the end zone for the score from 44 yards out. Another explosive play touchdown for the Avon Eagles, and they lead 13-7.
Well, just when they lull you to sleep, they're going to hand off. They go deep handoff, fake it, post over the top. We've seen that play quite a few times, and they hit it. Maxey, great catch, and an excellent throw by Nolan Good. And you're right, Marty. 2 big daggers, 71 yards the first time of the good run. This time Maxey, 44-yard touchdown reception.
For Nolan Good, his 29th touchdown pass of the season. Owen Warwick on to try the extra point. Snap is good, the hold is good, the left footer's extra point attempt is up, and he is 70 for 70 this season. Avon has the lead, 14-7, 2:58 to go here in quarter number 2. Let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the OHSAA radio network.
This is the radio home of the best high school sports in Youngstown. We are Sports Radio 1240 WBBW Youngstown, a Cumulus media station.
Avon 14, Cincinnati Anderson 7, the number 1 ranked team in the state over the number 2 ranked team in the state. The only matchup of 15-0 teams in this state championship game. And Greg Fry, I think a lot of times when you get to this point of a season, the debate about playing so many games and so many things, it's been debated since the field was expanded a few years ago. But to reach this point of a season, 15-0, it may go without saying or sound just completely off base to even make this kind of comment, but you've done a lot of things right, and you have to have a little luck to get this deep into a season that's unbeaten as well, too.
You really do. You got to get some breaks. And both these teams have had some close games here in the last few weeks where, you know, one thing could go the other way. I mean, if you look at Anderson, they came back to win last week. They were trailing late, came back to win 28-24. Previous week, they had a tight one against LaSalle, 28-21. So, yeah, you got to get the breaks, and you got to stay healthy, too.
Exactly.
You go 16
exactly.
weeks. I mean, there's a lot of teams at home right now that are good football teams that had injuries that really hurt their run. And there's some coaches probably listening right now going, yeah, that was us, right? So I get it. And you're right. It's just they go 16 weeks is a long way. You got to have depth. And, again, you're seeing 2 complete football teams tonight, so where they could probably withstand an injury here and there or a break here and there because they're so good in all phases of the game.
I think everyone was pretty excited to see this one tonight, and I think early on there was some dread about the conditions maybe affecting the way this game would be played between these 2 teams, but so far I don't think it's really been much of a factor.
I mean, just with maybe a couple plays.
Yeah.
But especially Avon they've taken care of the football. They made some great catches. I mean, they look like they're playing in late August.
Here's the kick. It's fielded to the near side by Jayon Saunders, and Saunders for Anderson dives his way shy of the 25?
Sorry, I'm going to laugh. I can't help it. But I'm looking at it going, okay, Marty, what are you going to say? Because you don't know.
It's the 25. He's shy of the 25. Just give me a second to find it, and I'll tell you.
Well, it is radio, so you could just say it is, you know.
Try to be somewhat honest with our listeners. First down and 10 out to the 25-yard line, Craig. The 25 of Anderson. They'll send 3 wides to the far side. Numbers 3, 4, and 15. Dave McClanahan got that touchdown pass a little bit earlier. Burnham will throw near side. The tight end, Peening, makes the catch. He's a good-sized target. And it's a short gain. A fly comes in after the play ended. Peening was out of bounds, and there was some extra pushing and shoving going on. And Jacob Weatherspoon kind of disgustedly threw his hands towards the officials.
You know he was in the vicinity, among others. And to their credit, this defense runs the ball really, really well.
Play gained a couple. Vinny DiTilio, the linebacker, was guilty of the personal foul. It's a tack on 15 to the 2-yard gain, so move the ball from the 27 out to the 42.
Well, and that's a big mistake. I mean, you're talking 2:46 left, which is plenty of time for this offense, but to give him an extra 15 is a no-no.
Anderson moving from right to left. They'll speed Turner in motion. Burnham will fake the ball to him and keep it. And Burnham out across the 45 to the 47 gets 5 yards on the carry. Justice Burnham, 6'1", 190-pound senior. Last 2 games, 176 yards rushing for Justice Burnham. Peening in a slot. Handoff goes to Turner. Patiently waiting for a hole to open and manages to step his way ahead for about a yard to the 48-yard line for Darrell Turner. Against Mount Healthy earlier this year, all he did was carry the ball 22 times for 263 yards and 4 touchdowns. Not a bad night's work. 3rd down and 3. Burnham, 1st down and more into Avon territory. And
ball's out. That ball came out.
The ball popped loose as Burnham went down. Anderson says it's their football. Of course, Avon says it's ours. And it's Burnham on top of the football, so the Raptors will keep it.
Yeah, I believe that was Weatherspoon that came in and lodged that ball free, but fortunately for Burnham, he fell right on top of it.
Gain of 10 on a 1st down.
And that's the keys. He got the 1st down. They're under 2 minutes, but they've got this offense got plenty of time.
1:45 to go here. The field almost completely covered in snow right now. Yard markers, hash marks. Low snap went off the left foot of Burnham, and this time Avon may have come away with the football.
They did.
It is their football. It is their football. A kicked ball fumble. It went off the left ankle of Burnham, and coming away with the football in the middle of that pile for Avon, falling on that loose football, was James Tatman in at that defensive tackle spot, and he made the recovery of that loose football, and the Avon Eagles come away with the turnover, first one of the night.
Boy, and that's a miscommunication between center and quarterback right there. That ball came back, and Burnham wasn't looking for it. Hit him in the foot.
Woo! Boy, and the moment it hit him in the foot, too, it ricocheted quickly back to the line of scrimmage.
That's an uncharacteristic error, and that's a bad one because now all of a sudden you're going to give Avon a shot near midfield with time.
1:37 to go in the half, and Avon will have the football. Anderson won the toss. They will get the football to start the second half. Will the Raptors, so they'll try and shut the door here. Avon moving from left to right. Smith will go from the right of Good to his left in the shotgun formation. Good back to throw, adjusts the football, will keep it and run. Spins out of a tackle attempt to the midfield stripe, to the 45 of Anderson, to the 40. Still on the go and is thrown down as he crossed the 40-yard line to the 37. It's a 1st down for Avon as Nolan Good picks up 20 yards.
Well, I'll tell you, he's a heck of a runner. You watch him on film, you can see him run the football, but in person, he's better.
Good will hand off, and not much running at all for the ball carrier there, right in the middle of the field. And that was Smith on the carry. Again, we haven't seen Tyler Kaufman come back in and run the football, but he will now re-enter the game on offense. He took a collision a little bit earlier in the first half and was taken out of the game for a little bit. We have a timeout on the field with 1:13 to go. He was involved in the collision, I should say, was Kaufman. And is going to come back on when play resumes. 1:13 again to go here in this quarter. It is 14-7 in favor of Avon. Fan Spectrum News 1 is the exclusive television home of the OHSAA State Football and Basketball Championships and is available exclusively to Spectrum subscribers across the state on Channel 1. Check your local television listings for replays of this state championship contest, which is also known as the Division II title game. Streaming options are available also on the Spectrum News app or by going to SpectrumNews1.com or OHSAA.tv. Big halftime coming up for you. Aaron Cassidy will be along with us at the half. The executive director of the OHSAA, Doug Hute, will be his guest at the intermission. Always good when the boss comes in the booth, so Greg, be on your best behavior if you would, please. I know that's a lot to ask.
That's a lot to ask.
Second down and 10 at the 37 of Anderson for the Avon Eagles. Mike Elder, his 18th year, won 201 games, worked under a pretty good coach. Larry Karras, played under Larry Karras. There's a pass intended for Maxey Farside, incomplete. And that'll stop the clock with 1:09 to go in the half. Overall, Mike Elder's won 251 games in 25 years as a head coach.
That's a lot of wins.
You got that
That's
right
a
now.
lot of wins.
Third down and 10 upcoming. You look at some of the records and resumes of some of the coaches who bring teams to the state championship. There are some whopping one-loss records for these coaches.
Yes.
Tiger Laverty at Kirtland when they come here. Chip Houghton at Coldwater.
Right.
Not to mention Tim Goodwin at Marion Local.
Yeah. Those three collective probably have 1,000 wins between them.
Third down and 10 for Avon as the snow starts to pick up in its intensity. Shotgun formation. Good. Keeps the football to the near side. Out across the 35 to the 25-yard line and is run out of bounds at the 25. It's a first down. He picks up a dozen as he started to angle towards the near side and took the better part of valor, just ran out of bounds at the 25, stopping the clock with 1:01 to go in the half. It's a first down at the Anderson 25.
Tell you what, Kent State's getting a heck of a quarterback. He runs like a running back, and yet he is a heck of a thrower.
Put a tight end in a slot to the near side. That's Beerbaum. They'll put Maxey in motion to the far side. And again, out of the pistol formation with Tyler Kaufman back in the game at the running back spot. Play being signaled in from the far side. .101 to go in the half, and Goods back to throw on first down and 10 from the Anderson 25. Flush to the far side, will set, roll, fires ahead, and the pass is almost caught to that far side. He was trying to get the ball to Maxey again. On coverage was Connor Fetcher, who had his back turned to the play, and it almost looked like that ball might have hit Fetcher right in the back of the number 2.
Well, it's a smart throw because Fetcher wasn't looking, so he tried to throw him
He
back
wasn't,
shoulder,
was he?
right. And I think Fetcher got a hand on it without noticing it. Little sidearm throw. I think Fetcher's arm hit the ball.
Watching the
and or Maxey just dropped it.
Just watching the big screen replay there. Yeah, after it went off of Fetcher's hand, Maxey had a chance at hanging on to that pass.
Did. And that's one that good on film. He might be able to run that one too. He got out of the pocket.
Second down and 10. The ball again is rumored to be at the 25-yard line on a snow-covered field. Handoff on a fake. Back to throw is good. Looks towards the end zone again. Maxey again, and he made the catch in the end zone.
Oh,
he dropped it. He dropped it. He had it for a second as he went sliding through the snow towards the pylon far side and just could not hang on to it. Had it in his hands momentarily. Kamari Ty was on coverage for Anderson, and that was just a split second away from being a fantastic catch.
Well, Ty closed the gap because Maxey got behind him. And this ball could not be thrown better. Maxey lays out for it, and I just think that's where the conditions make that it was a hard catch to begin with, but that ball could not have been thrown better. And give credit to Ty because he really closed the gap.
Greg, you hear this a lot, too. Conditions like this, does it favor the wide receiver in this? Because you hear that he knows where he's going.
I've always believed that. Now, whether it's true or not, I believed it.
Third down and 10 prior to the timeout. He's not the best color man in the business for nothing. Clock is stopping, 47 seconds left in the half. Well, at least you believed it.
I still do.
Okay.
That's one of my coaches told me when I was young, so therefore it's true.
Therefore it's true. Chris Solwecki's on the sideline for us. And, Chris, we've been checking in with you a number of times about the conditions, and as the snow has continued along the fields almost completely now, everything is obscured yard marker-wise and everything. What are you seeing down there? Is it a factor right now?
Oh, it's absolutely a factor. You and I were talking off air before we started about what it's like to kick a football in these conditions. It's also it's like kicking a brick. Well, you've also got guys who are getting hit with incredible ferocity. They're falling onto an incredibly frozen ground, and they're trying to catch a football that feels like a brick. So the cumulative effect of tonight is certainly having an impact on both of these teams. And the way that you know that more than anything else, there's a group of 10 guys who are called the Feisty Boys on Avon's side of the field. They started tonight all with their shirts off. All but 2 of them have put clothes on. They are done with this nonsense.
Feisty but not stupid.
Yes. But
Chris, thank you.
A good point there. The ball gets really hard, and it's brittle, and it's very slippery in these conditions. So again, for the most part, both teams have done a good job taking care of the football tonight. But we'll see if that continues. Long way to go.
47 seconds left in the first half. Avon leads 14-7. They have a 3rd down and 10 at the Anderson 25. Good with the football. Out of a tackle tip, middle of the field, across.
He lost the ball.
20. The ball pops free, almost caught by one of his teammates.
Still loose.
It rolls into the end zone right now. It goes out of the back of the end zone. The ball came out of Good's hands. It bounced towards the goal line. A couple of players were fighting for it. One of his teammates, that looked like that might have been Grant Barr, had his hands on it momentarily. It squirted out of his hands, and then on the snow-covered field, hit the end zone snow, and then just quickly scooted out the back end of the end zone across the end line. And we'll wait for Jeff Klaus. It is a touchback. So what a break for Anderson right there, as Good had some running room. And then when he was hit, the ball popped free, and then after that, it was just like sledding downhill at your favorite recreational park as the ball went everywhere and then slid out of bounds. You can see the almost like skid marks in the end zone there where players were diving for the loose ball. We have an injured player down in the back of the end zone as well, too, for Anderson. That's Kimari Tai, one of their corners. So the play is stopped with 36 seconds left. I'll tell you, when that football hit the snow-covered field, it almost looked like a golf ball on concrete. I mean, it just shot out of the back of the end zone.
It looked like a grease pig. Nobody could get a hand on that thing.
The clock is being reset to 38 seconds. Ty is being helped up and will need some assistance to come off the field. Did you know that last year the OHSAA donated more than $3.5 million to member schools? Each member high school received $2,000 to help enhance the school's athletic program, and 200 student athletes received a scholarship for $1,000. In addition, $1.7 million was awarded last year to help offset travel costs to regional and state tournaments. The OHSAA, serving our member schools and enriching interscholastic opportunities for students. Kamari Tai making his way off the field, but again with some assistance. He is walking on his own, flanked by members of the Anderson athletic training staff. And I think that's another group you need to really send out kudos to when you get the chance, those athletic trainers who keep these guys healthy all throughout the season, these players. And certainly on a night like tonight when you're dealing again with a lot of different aspects of keeping everybody upright and functional. Anderson with the football after the ball again rolled out of the back of the end zone.
Big bullet dodge there by Anderson.
And again, remember, the Raptors get the ball to start the second half. 38 seconds left in the first half, and they trail 14-7. Burnham back to throw from his own 20. Steps up into the pocket now looking. Now we'll just take off and run. Angling towards the far side. Burnham is hit and knocked down at the 25-yard line.
Ryan Stolarski ran along. I'll tell you what, Burnham looked like he could have went for 30 yards, and Stolarski closed the gap and got him on the ground. Heck of a play.
Cincinnati Anderson will burn a timeout. As Burnham picked up 5. Burnham tonight, 13 carries now, 76 yards. He's 5 of 10 passing for just 22 yards, but does have a touchdown pass tonight. Nolan Good, 5 of 10, throwing the football for 69 yards, but a dozen carries and $161 toting the football tonight for Nolan Good. That's just in half number 1. 71 of that came on that first quarter touchdown run. Tyler Kaufman has 31 yards on a half dozen carries as well. Overall, to this juncture, Avon has chalked up 277 yards of total offense to just 113 for Cincinnati Anderson.
They have gone up and down the field, Marty.
Well, Greg, it's been a while, I think, since Cincinnati Anderson had 113 yards of total offense.
Right.
Usually that's in the first quarter for them.
Well, the most part of that, the biggest piece of that is they haven't had the football very much.
Right. Second down and 5. The ball out to the 25, their own 25. They'll empty the backfield for Justice Burnham. Number high snap, and he's back to throw now. Looking left, looking right. Now we'll go back to the left near side. That pass is intercepted. It's taken away. Going up and intercepting the football and then coming down with it for the Avon defense. That was Jacob Graham back at one of the defensive back spots. And that ball, again, just kind of floated on Burnham. And the interception, his 4th in his last 2+ games after throwing just 6 total on the season. And the interception gives the ball right back to Avon at the Anderson 45-yard line with 19 seconds left in the half. He's trying to get the ball to Trace Jalik. And a great job defensively over there by Avon's defensive back to intercept that pass.
That was a one-handed pick. I'm I'm noticing that the wind is coming from our left to the right. So if you're driving from right to left on our screen here, this is where the wind is a big factor tonight. Really, those balls that are fluttering are going that direction.
Jacob Graham picking that pass off. That's the 13th interception this year by the Avon defense. And they have the football with 19 seconds left in the half, leading 14-7. Let's see if Mike Elder and his staff want to take a shot here. Again, remember, Anderson will have the football when we open up half number 2.
I can assure you they're going to take a shot. You got an active running quarterback. Spread him out and let him run.
Wendell in the game at the running back spot. Back to throw is Nolan Good from the Anderson 45. Has some time, looks long over the middle, and this pass is almost intercepted. It was behind Maxey inside the 15-yard line at about the 12 and almost taken away.
That was Jayon Saunders, He's got 25 career interceptions. Should have had 26. They ran 4 verts, and he really had a guy at the seam and just missed that throw. That ball sailed high on him. And that's a downwind throw where sometimes you throw it, you think it's there, and it just keeps going on you. It sails.
A little behind Saunders, who was airborne trying to adjust. He did get his hands on it, but was unable to corral it. So 14 seconds left. 2nd down and 10 from the Anderson 40-yard line. Back to throw is good again. Looking to that far side of the field now. Will hoist it that way, and the pass is caught in traffic. And bumping out of a tackle attempt was Cole Kepner that gets brought down at the 20. It's a first down, a gain of 20. Cole Kepner caught that ball in traffic and then managed to get away from one defender before he was knocked down at the 20 with 5 seconds left in the half.
That's a big-time catch by Kepner. He's sandwiched between 2 defenders and not only hangs on to it but keeps his feet.
They're going to run the field goal unit out. Owen Warwick is 5 of 8 this year. He's made 3 from 40 or more. This one will be spotted at the 26-yard line. This will be a 36-yard attempt here for Owen Warwick with the wind at his back from the far side hash.
This is doable if he can keep his feet.
Left-footed kicker. Snap a bit high. It's bobbled. The kick is down. It's partially blocked. The snap was high to begin with. The holder, Owen Warwick, Jensen Petro, had a tough time getting the snap down. And that will do it for half number 1. Avon, after 2 quarters, has the lead over the Anderson Raptors by the score of 14-7 here at the intermission. Down to the sidelines, and Chris Solwecki.
Coach, this seems like it's been a game of big plays thus far. They've had a few more than you. Give me your assessment of what's happened.
I think it's been an emotional roller coaster. Honestly, it's big plays. We haven't played great. We've had a few penalties. We're just getting used to playing this game underneath the big lights, and we got to be ready for it in the second half.
What happens in the second half? Any adjustments you're going to make?
I think, to be honest with you, we got to make sure our defense understands our quarterback is his ability to run is incredible. We got to stop him on 3rd down and get off the field and offensively. We just got to be ourselves and play fast and execute at a high level.
Appreciate it, Coach. Thanks.
Evan Dreyer, the head coach of Cincinnati Anderson, with Chris Solwecki. Avon leads Anderson 14-7 as we have reached the intermission of the Division II state championship game. Stay with us. Aaron Cassidy will take you through halftime, including a conversation with OHSAA Executive Director Doug Hughes. But first, we'll pause for these messages from your local station. You're listening to the OHSAA Radio Network.
You may think seatbelt laws are no big deal. Well, you couldn't be more wrong. Cops are cracking down day and night in the city, in the country, and all points in between. Make no mistake, if you don't buckle up, you will get caught and you will get a ticket. Even if you've gotten away with not buckling in the past, things are about to change. Cops are serious about seatbelt safety, so don't kid yourself. Buckle up every time or get a ticket. Click it or ticket. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Transportation.
I love playing sports, especially for my school. And that's because school sports are special. It's where it's safe to fail. It's where we're taught resilience, where our fear becomes confidence. It's where we learn to get back up after every fall. School sports are where 7.8 million students go from I can't to I can.
This message presented by the OHSAA and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
At the Ohio High School Athletic Association, our student athletes are going pro at being
coachable, a good student, responsible, dependable, respectful, a good student, dependable, a good teammate, representing my school. I'm going pro at being a good student.
Let's go pro at respecting the game.
Respect the game. Respect the game. Respect the game.
You wanted to be a teacher when you were little, but as you grew up, things changed. Teaching just didn't seem like the best option anymore, so you decided to become something else. But what would your 12-year-old self say? Interesting and innovative things are happening in teaching today, so it's time to put it back on your list. Don't try to convince yourself otherwise. You had it right the first time.
Find out how you can make more at teach.org. Make more. Teach. Brought to you by Teach and the Ad Council.
'53rd Annual State Football Championship here in Canton from Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium. Halftime here, Aaron Cassidy joining us in just a second. Doug Ute, the executive director of the OHSAA. 14-7 our score. Avon on top of Anderson. We'll get to statistics and how that first half played out, but we'll bring in Doug Ute, now the executive director in his 5th year here with the OHSAA. Doug, good to see you.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. Appreciate you having me on.
How about, first of all, let's address what's going on out there. How about the snow and a state championship? I don't know logistically if that messes you up, but this is pretty cool.
It doesn't do anything to me. Nothing's impossible for those of us who don't have to do the work. But this has probably been 10 years, I think. We were at Massillon in 14. I think they had the trucks out on the field, if I remember right. And now they've got the blowers out, and you know, I told somebody earlier today, this isn't going to affect the kids at all. I mean, different type of games for high-powered offenses for sure, but I mean, kids aren't going to, you know, they're going to go at it, and it's been a good first half.
It's kind of what you dream of as a kid to play in a situation like the only guys that have it bad are the guys down there blowing with the blowers trying to get the field clean. Yeah. But before we jump into football this weekend, I do a big announcement in the last few weeks that happened in Columbus, and that has to do with basketball. And what's going on there, I wanted you to have an opportunity to talk about that back at the fairgrounds and all that went into that, and that was a pretty special thing, and to bring it back.
Right, yeah, we've been working on that for quite a while, and I think, I'd mentioned that the governor certainly wanted to see that happen, and so we actually worked with the fairgrounds folks first, and then a little bit Ohio State, and the convention center is a piece of it too, because the old floor simply warped, so there's no floor, and so we're the good folks at Ohio State allowed us to use their old one, their second floor this year, to get one down, and then we'll move forward from there. So we're really excited to be back there, and we're going to play 38 games. And 17 of those are going to be girls' games, and so that's the new thing for us over there.
That's what I was going to,
Before it was just dominated by the boys,
right?
And we think our young ladies deserve that opportunity too. And so you know that's always been a place of destination for high school athletes in the Central District, and so we're excited to be back in there.
Outside the history and the nostalgia, just logistically, it's a great spot. Talk a little about that.
Yeah, you know, the Central District is the district without a mid-major or a MAC school.
Yeah.
You know, if you go around the state, you know, and all the other districts seem to have that they play some district games in and the regional games, and we appreciate the folks at Ohio Dominican and Otterbein, because we've been in those facilities a little bit, but you know, there's limited space in those facilities, and so you know, we're going to get a big arena feel, because the fairgrounds is a 5,000 seat place, and something I think we think we've got it worked out, but we're going to bring bleachers in behind the baskets and set the student sections there, so that'll even help out pretty good. So
so we'll jump into football this weekend and everything that goes on. I know planning started probably during basketball for the football season, or into baseball for sure, of what it goes in for this, but a great host here at Hall of Fame Village, and the people here at Tom Benson do just such a great job.
I think, you know, not just here, but the community. Stark County knows how to throw a party, so to speak, because they get that practice in August with the Hall of Fame game, and you know, we want our student athletes to be in situations where they have a wow factor, and when they get off the bus, and I always bring up here, they're not off the bus, they're on 77 looking over before the bus even pulls in, and they go, wow, I saw that. I was here Monday, and again this morning, coming up and looking to my left, and seeing this place and thinking this is great for our student athletes because it's a great place to play. And we are fortunate on our end to Bo Rugg does such a wonderful job running this tournament, and of course Tim Street, and it's really a total staff effort to give our kids a big league experience here, and always thank the folks at the Hall of Fame for making this happen.
Doug, a few years now that it has been the expanded playoffs with the additional teams. How's the valuation of that gone over the last few years?
Well, we evaluate it. I always tell people, it's my 20-year superintendent. Me say you got to filter the noise out here a little bit, people. And what's important to us? It's our member schools and their student athletes. And so we've gotten a lot more positive about going to the 16 for teams who don't ordinarily make it but get that experience. And I think one evaluation is it's a voluntary tournament. And, we had somebody the very first year, because of COVID reasons, drop out, one team. And the team behind him, the 17th team, said, we'll play. This year with Marion Local, I'll tell you, there was a few teams that said, I don't think we'll play this game, to be very honest with you. And that's okay. But we also had a team in their conference who lost to them 60-0, step up and say, we'll play again, and thanks for another week with the kids. And I really think what I look at, and you can look at it every year. The first year we did it, we had a 16 beat a 1. A league rival, Milan Edison, beat Bellevue. A 16 beating a 1, 15 miles down the road. Last year, if you'll remember, we had a 5-5 team, a 12 seed, almost beat St. Ed's in the Division I final, Springfield. And, this year we had a 3-7, 15 seed going to the regionals. It was Delphos St. John's, who won three playoff games. And so when you look at that, and I looked after week 1, we had 48 schools going to week 2 that wouldn't have made the playoffs 4 years ago.
Yeah, so I bring that up because I think sometimes it gets lost, and that's maybe not evaluated, and it's evaluated every year, and just kind of what that process looked like. So I appreciate it.
Yep.
When we take a look, 14-7 our score here. Avon on top of Anderson, Division II state championship. Doug Ute joining us here on the OHSAA radio network, and we'll get in more to day-to-day. The executive director of the OHSAA, what in the world does that look like every day? That's probably going to be a unique situation.
Well,
you never know what to expect, probably.
Yeah, I tell you, my job is to hire good staff and put that culture in our association, and we have a wonderful staff. And so I liken my position to one, as I mentioned before, a 20-year superintendent in the state of Ohio, and that was my biggest job is, hire good staff and jokingly stay the heck out of their way.
Let them do their thing,
Let them
right?
do their thing, exactly, and kind of just guide that through that process a little bit. But, I'm very, very active in the day-to-day operations of our association from a financial standpoint, from a corporate sponsor standpoint, from a member schools, and I also say, hey, to not increase staff a few years ago, I took on basketball, so I'm the basketball sport coordinator. And so I deal, particularly this time of year, with several emails and phone calls a day dealing with that because I want to do my part, in that. And so, but there's always, I can tell you this, there's no time to take a nap. There's no time to take a nap.
Well, I know
always going on.
From afar and looking, just great job. Leadership, I know, has been really good under you, and I know the staff appreciates it, so I just want to compliment you on that. Just final thoughts, 30 seconds maybe here or less. Your favorite thing about this weekend?
Oh, it's just watching the kids compete. And, I get a chance to be down on that field and get around them when they come out of locker rooms and things like that. To see their eyes so big and excited and that makes this all worthwhile because it's, 100% about the kids. We all, and it's what you do. You guys on the radio don't do it for you. You do it to promote kids, high school sports, and we appreciate that. And so it takes all of us to put something like this on, but really for me, that's my favorite part is just getting to talk to you folks and some of the other school teams, administrators around. But really, when you're down there, because you guys have been down there, that. You see the excitement in the kids, and it's just like mic drop, man. That's what we want.
Well, Doug, we appreciate your time here, and great job, and looking forward to the weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be a good weekend.
It is.
Appreciate all you guys do. Thank you.
That is Doug Ute, the executive director of the OHSAA, and his fifth year here at the OHSAA in that position. Our halftime score, Avon on top of Anderson, 14-7. We're going to look at statistics and tell you how we got here. But first, let's pause for these messages from the Ohio High School Athletic Association. You're listening to the OHSAA Radio Network, brought to you by Chocolate Milk.
Ohio Health Sports Medicine is proud to keep student athletes healthy and in the game, and is the official sports medicine partner of the Ohio High School Athletic Association. Serving Ohio since 1891, Ohio Health medical experts are now available in 47 counties and help keep athletes ready to compete and active adults on the road to healthy living. Log on to ohiohealth.com or call 614-566-GAME anytime. Ohio Health, elite care for every athlete.
For the players on the court, cheerleaders on the sideline, and fans in the stands, Varsity Brands is a national leader in team athletic gear, school spirit, and championship memorabilia. Recognized and endorsed by the Ohio High School Athletic Association, Varsity Brands partners with schools, coaches, and students to build school pride and student engagement. Visit varsitybrands.com for more information. Varsity Brands, elevating student experiences.
Hi, I'm Anthony Munoz. I didn't make it into the Pro Football Hall of Fame by letting drugs and alcohol affect my ability to play. I brought my A game every time, and that's what you should do when sharing the road. That means never getting behind the wheel under the influence and wearing your seatbelt, because it's always the best defense against a drunk driver. So whether you're driving around town or to the Pro Football Hall of Fame, never let impaired driving take you out of the game.
This message brought to you by the Ohio Department of Public Safety.
The year was 1907. The Cubs won the World Series and the Ford Model R hit the assembly line. While here in Ohio, school administrators came together to form the Ohio High School Athletic Association. One thing that hasn't changed since 1907 is the dedication of the OHSAA to education-based athletics in Ohio. School sports teach responsibility, sportsmanship, and life lessons that stay with students long after their playing days are over. The OHSAA seeks to prepare students not for the next level of sport, but for the next level of life.
Where do competition, intensity, and teamwork combine with sportsmanship, spirit, and academics? On the athletic fields and in the gymnasiums of high schools around Ohio. So get out and support the student athletes of your local high school.
Back here at halftime, it is Avon on top of Anderson, 14-7. Aaron Cassidy with you, and we're so glad you're with us on this Thursday night. Division II state championship kicking off a fun week. Now we'll get to the schedule here in just a few minutes. A reminder to the fans and everyone tuning in tonight that this broadcast is a presentation of the Ohio High School Athletic Association Radio Network. Any commercial use, retransmission, or distribution without the express written consent of the OHSAA is strictly prohibited. The announcers and production staff for this game were selected by the OHSAA. Satellite distribution is provided by Skyview Networks. For more information, log on to the OHSAA Radio Network at ohsaa.org. Aaron Cassidy again here with you, 14-7, Avon on top of Anderson. Let's take a look at some team statistics first. Total offensive yards, it was 37 plays for Avon for 297 yards, 29 plays for Anderson. They had 113 yards. Time of possession, Greg kind of mentioned this. Anderson didn't have the ball very much in the first half. He was right. 16 minutes and 30 seconds for Avon, and it was Anderson with 7 minutes and 30 seconds. So right now, time of possession well in the favor of Avon. Individual statistics, well, let's look at this third downs real quick. 6 of 9 for Avon. That's partly why they've been able to keep drives alive. And 3 of 6 for Cincinnati Anderson. Nick Good rushing the football, 12 carries, 168 yards. He does have a touchdown on the night for Avon. Rushing the ball was Burnham for Cincinnati Anderson, 13 carries for 77 yards. Passing the football, Good, 6 of 12 for 89 yards and a touchdown. He has been sacked one time. Justice Burnham, 5 of 11 for 22 yards and a touchdown. Both quarterbacks, actually Good does not have an interception. Interception for Burnham. How about this, though? Anderson was marching down. They got a turnover. They're up 14-7. Get it down near the red zone, and then a turnover on their own. Anderson was able to get it back out. They turned it over with about 10 seconds to go, and Avon couldn't do much with it. But that's big because Anderson gets the football to start the second half. And boy, a 2-touchdown lead in a game like this just seems like it would almost be almost insurmountable because of the snow that continues to fall. They're clearing off the field right now. So let's take a look at what the rest of the weekend looks like. Here's 14-7, again, our halftime score. Avon on top of Anderson. Tomorrow morning we'll kick off with Division 7. Marion Local taking on Hillsdale. 3 o'clock. Division 3 will happen. It'll be Columbus Bishop Watterson, Toledo Central Catholic. Division 1 will be the nightcap tomorrow night. It'll kick at 7:30. Olentangy Liberty out of Columbus, and Cincinnati Moeller out of Cincinnati, of course. And then it'll be Saturday, 10:30 a.m. Coldwater and Kirtland will play once again. It seems like those Kirtland at least plays a MAC school every year here in the state championship. Liberty Center and Ironton in a Division 5 matchup. And finally in Division 4 to round out our weekend at 7:30 on Saturday night. It'll be Division 4 as Indian Valley will take on Sandusky Perkins. So, again, a little bit more in depth here on the team statistics. The 25 rushes for 208 yards for Avon. Anderson, 18 rushes for 91 yards. Both teams throwing the ball 12 times, 11 times respectively. Net yardage, though, 89 yards for Avon, 22 yards through the air for Cincinnati Anderson. The kickoff returns, kind of what you thought you would see in this type of environment. Not many return yards for both teams, but I'll go back to the third down conversions for Avon, 6 of 9. Cincinnati Anderson, 3 of 6. Fourth down conversions, Anderson 1 of 1, Avon 1 of 2, and then the time of possession. That's been the big story, time of possession in the first half. 16 minutes, 30 seconds for Avon, and Anderson had it for 7 minutes and 30 seconds. 14-7, our halftime score. Avon on top of Anderson. Marty Bannister will bring you back here in the second half. He'll be with Greg Fry, Chris Selwicki on the sidelines. But first, let's pause for these messages from your local station. You're listening to the OHSAA Radio Network.
Welcome to the home of Gridiron Legends, the newly renovated Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio. Walk among the immortals of football inside the Hall of Fame gallery. Here you can stand face to face with the men who built America's game. Relive the greatest moments of Super Bowl history in the Lamar Hunt Super Bowl gallery and stand before the Vince Lombardi Trophy, while the NFL Today gallery is home to the NFL's most recent record-breaking moments. Plan your visit to the Pro Football Hall of Fame today at ProFootballHOF.com.
What do basketball, choir, drama club, and marching band all have in common? They're all high school activities that offer learning opportunities not necessarily found in the classroom. They take up just a fraction of a typical Ohio high school's budget, and they go a long way to giving young people the tools they need to thrive. High school activities, they're more than extracurricular. They're extra important, too. This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Okay, here are 3 important reasons why your son or daughter should play a sport in high school.
Number 1.
High school sports teach valuable life lessons like self-discipline and time management skills.
2.
Teens who play a high school sport have better grade point averages.
And number 3.
High school sports are safer than ever before.
This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
I can't believe he found them.
He seems sorry.
We very clearly told him not to look up there.
I'm honestly impressed that he was able to do it.
Right? What, did he balance on that big chair?
Yeah, I mean, I guess he'll just know what his gifts are this year.
I really thought we had hidden them well.
If they can find their presents, they can find a gun.
911, what is your emergency?
Every day, 8 kids and teens are unintentionally killed or injured by loaded and unlocked guns. Learn how to make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and End Family Fire.
We close in on the start of the second half. Welcome back to the Division II State Championship game here on the OHSAA Radio Network. We are with you from Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium in Canton, just across from the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I'm Marty Bannister, Greg Fry, and Chris Solwecki. Ryan Baker is our on-site producer engineer, and we're glad you're with us. Avon leads Cincinnati Anderson 14-7 as we close in on the start of the second half. Anderson will have the football when second half play begins. They were out doing some work on the field, blowing the snow off of the yard lines and the numbers here and the hash marks to try to give you a little bit better visibility for those of you who may be listening here, and for those of us who are trying to tell you what you are seeing. It is a snow-covered evening here in Northeast Ohio. Snow has been falling for the better part of the late afternoon into the evening hours. Chris Solwecki has been braving the conditions for us on the sideline tonight, and he had a chance to talk to Avon head coach Mike Elder. What'd you find out, Chris?
Yeah, Elder, surprisingly enough, he said he wanted to speed up the tempo just a little bit here in the second half. He feels like with the cold and everything else, there may be a little lethargy, so he wants to pick
All right, Chris, thank you. The lethargy part of that is kind of interesting with where this game is at right now, trying to do what you can to make your way through these type of conditions. We talked so much in the first half about how this could affect either one of these teams, and save for, I think, a couple of noticeable type plays in half number one, Greg, it was a factor, but I don't know that it affected overall the way the game was played in half number one.
Well, I don't know. I think in the first quarter, both teams really did a good job taking care of the football, but the second quarter, that ball, there was 3 turnovers. And I think as we look at the way this game is going, the team that takes better care of the ball in the second half is probably going to win the football game. This game could go either way, but so far to me the difference in the game is Avon run the football. They have dominated run the football, dominated time possession. They've been really good on third downs, and that's why they have a 7-point lead so far. 208 yards rushing in the first half for Avon. Another interesting aspect of half number one, and kind of backs up Greg's point, the big play capability of this Anderson offense. This season, they've had 45 scoring plays of 20 or more yards. And, well, in the first half again, number one, they just didn't have the football enough to really get a lot of those type of big plays going in half number one. But they did get a swing pass for a touchdown in half number one. Their only points of the first 2 periods of play, and they will get the football here to start the second half. For Anderson, as we mentioned, their 17th overall appearance in the state playoffs. They have a 28-15 mark. They were state champions back in 2007. They beat Louisville 31-25 in a game played not too far from here at Paul Brown Massillon Tiger Stadium. They came back the next year and lost to Sylvania Southview 29-25, also at Paul Brown Massillon Tiger Stadium. For Avon, this is their first appearance in a state championship game in a number of years. They were last in a title game in 2011, and both got over significant hurdles last week in the state semifinals to advance to this championship game. For Anderson, it was that come from behind win over a very good Sunbury Big Walnut team, which has one of the best running backs in the state of Ohio, and Noah Burley, and for Avon, it was getting over that Akron-Hoban hurdle, which had been something that they had tried to do for many, many years, Greg Fry. Well, I'm flashing back to 2007-8 when Anderson won and then came back and nearly won and Sylvania Southview scored late in that game to win that football game. It was 2 great games, and they were really good football teams. Been a couple years, though.
Been a few. Avon will get set to kick the football away. Anderson to our right will return. And back deep for the Raptors of Anderson. Darrell Turner to the far side, and to the near side will be Jayon Saunders. And Owen Warwick will get set to boot the football away.
Would it be safe to say this is an important drive of the season for the Anderson Raptors?
You said it has to be true.
Therefore.
All right.
But yeah, you go down the field, make it 14-14 right now, you got a whole new ball game for Anderson.
Warwick's kick. Sidewinding kick that comes to the near side. Saunders fields it, drops it, picks it back up at the 6, comes out to the 10-yard line and is spun around momentarily, and then is stopped as he is brought down. Forward progress will take him out to the 13-yard line, and that's where Anderson will have the football to start half number 2. Justice Burnham in half number 1, 5 of 11 throwing the football for just 22 yards, but he did have a touchdown, did have 1 pass intercepted. And Anderson in the first half, just 113 yards of total offense. We were tossing that number to some of our other broadcast crew members at the half, and they were all going, they said pretty much the same thing we said. Well, that's usually a quarter for Anderson. That's what they got in the first half. They moved from right to left, near side hash at their own 13, with an empty backfield for Justice Burnham to start half number 2. Waist high snap, and he goes back to throw. Has all kinds of time in the pocket, throws a dart to the near side that Jalek catches, and then steps out of bounds after being pushed to that near side by Caden Clapham on coverage for Avon. Play gains out to the 18, a gain of 5.
Jalik's a guy that's got to catch the ball more. He's been their stud, 20 touchdowns on the season. They've got to find a way to get him the ball, whether it's short or long. Give him an opportunity to make some plays.
101 catches coming into this game, 120 catches last year. Here's Burnham with the football, straight up the middle of the field, out across the 25, and picks up the Anderson first down as he is brought down at the 28, a gain of 10 for Justice Burnham. Over 200 catches total in the last 2 years for Trace Jalik, who's headed to play at Mercyhurst College. 30 seconds into half number 2, Anderson football. Here's Burnham back to throw now. Fires over the middle. The pass is low and incomplete. Trying to get the ball downfield to Aiden McClanahan, and that throw short of the intended receiver and incomplete. And that'll bring up second down and 10.
Tyler Kaufman got his hands on that safety position late on that throw. But again, I'd go back to Burnham to run the ball more. I think they can be more effective running the ball. Avon's going to give them that. I'd say take it. Take those 5, 6, 7, 8 yard gains with the quarterback run.
Burnham had 76 yards on 13 carries in the first half. On a turn-in route, goes far side to the tight end, Peening, and he is dropped almost immediately after making the catch. This play's going to lose 3 yards back to the 25. Very slow developing play. I don't know if Peening was having a tough time getting his way through the snow to that pass, but it is a loss of 3 back to the 25. Third down coming up.
That was a little slip screen there. They released the tackle, and the corner came and made that play and chased that down all the way. It's a great read, great anticipation by the corner.
Peening, a very talented tight end, 6'5", 250-pounder, 43 catches coming into this year. 5 wides on the field on third down and 13. Back to throw is Burnham now. Sets, delivers into traffic, and it's almost intercepted. Ball was right into the hands of Jacob Weatherspoon, and he just could not hang on to it. He had some room to run if he had held on to that interception. Incompletion brings up fourth down.
Well, I think that's where Burnham, he's got to be a little more patient to step up in the pocket. He had room to step up and run right there, and that ball, he threw it into coverage, and Weatherspoon was just sitting on that one.
Again, Burnham in the first half had a pooch punt that went 56 yards with the roll. It's fourth down and 13. The ball's at their own 25. He's going to drop back now and look to throw. Now step up with the football and run, and to the far side, he'll go ahead as a receiver wide open, makes the catch, and steps out of bounds for a first down. How about that? On fourth and 13, they go for it and get a first down. Jake Brammer made the catch at the 45-yard line. It's a gain of 20 on fourth and 13 to keep the drive alive. In fact, they're going to say Brammer stepped out of bounds back at the 43, so make it a gain of 18.
Burnham stepped up and barely got out of that pocket.
Burnham with the football now on first down and 10 to the 45-yard line, a pickup of 2. Well, you go back to that play, and if that pass is incomplete, Avon's on the field at the Anderson 25-yard line, up by a score. Momentum swings completely.
The season was on that play. Fourth and 13, and they get it.
Boy, that's huge. Peening, the tight end, is in a slot to the far side. Play fake to Turner, ball to the near side, incomplete. The right tackle, Cam Mathis, was standing in front of the intended receiver, Trace Jalik, and the pass falls incomplete.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication there. That hit Mathis between the 7 and the 8.
Second down and 7. Ball's at the 45, the Anderson 45. With the Hall of Fame insignia snow-blowed clean at the intermission. You can see it. Well, for the time being, you can see it. Turner races in motion to the near side. Pressure on a little slip screen, middle
space.
of the field.
He's got space.
He's into Avon territory and is flipped airborne across the 45 out to the 42. It's a first down for Cincinnati. Anderson. Caden Peening with the catch and the gain.
Yeah, Weatherspoon and Rivera both hit him, but not before Peening picks up a nice first down. Little middle screen to your tight end there. Love that one.
13 yards. First down for Anderson. The Raptors on the move. Empty backfield. Burnham spins to the near side to throw with the football. Rolling, still rolling, and will just put the football on his right hip and gets shoved out of bounds. Right around the line of scrimmage, which was the 42. He got a yard to the 41.
Big Jeremiah Kelly chased him down, 6'3", 295, ran him down and shoved him out of bounds.
That's some size chasing you down right there, isn't it? UC commit, 13 tackles on the season. Wide spreads across that offensive line on second down and 8. We are just over 2 minutes into the second half. Avon leads Cincinnati Anderson 14-7. Handoff goes to Turner, waiting for a little running room now.
Look out.
Back to the 35. Gets out of a tackle attempt to the far side, to the 30. He's to the 25, far side sideline 20, 15. He's to the 10 and goes out of bounds. First down upcoming for Cincinnati Anderson. Darrell Turner started inside, hesitated, turned to the outside, accelerated, and runs to the 10-yard line. That's a first and goal upcoming for Cincinnati Anderson.
Big cut back there. You see how fast that Avon defense is. They over-pursued. He saw the cutback lane. That one almost went to the house.
Gain of 31, first and goal. Burnham turns, hands off Turner. Sidesteps a man and is flipped down inside the 10 as reaching out was Kaufman to get him by the ankle and flip him airborne. Turner falls inside the 10 to the 8-yard line, a pickup of 2. It's 2nd and goal at the 8.
We're getting a glimpse of the rhythm of this offense, of what can happen when they go at a fast pace.
2 minutes, 40 seconds into the second half, and as the ball is snapped, whistles.
Officials timeout.
The officials call timeout. We're looking at one of the Anderson players. Was there an equipment issue or something?
I can't figure this one out. There's going to be a discussion.
We were looking at Elijah Hunt, the left tackle, the 6'3", 290-pounder. They're going to review this previous play and take a look at it. Spot of the football, perhaps?
I am miffed on this one.
Chris Solwecki's down along the sideline for us. Chris, any idea what they're looking at here?
No.
All right, we'll check back in with Chris here, hopefully in a couple of minutes, and see if we can figure out what exactly is going on here. Clock is stopped, 9:20 to go in the third quarter. 14-7 again. Avon leads Anderson as the Raptors have a 2nd and goal for the moment at the Avon 8-yard line. And again, replay used in the state championship game. I know there's always a lot of comments about the use of replay when you get to a championship game on social media, but heck, guys, the point is to get the play right.
Well, it's our first taste of it for the weekend, so let's get those guys to work a little bit.
They're to the booth next to us.
Maybe they'll ask for our help.
I would sincerely.
They're looking
that.
over here. They're looking at you. They're looking at you, Marty.
I know.
You are the 5th person. They're tied 2-2. It's your call.
I think they might be looking to see where the ball should be spotted.
Well, I think this is for Avon. This is a great little timeout. They can get kind of reorganized because Anderson got into a rhythm, finally had some mojo going offensively, and this is slowing it up.
And this is taking a little bit to look at. They have reached a verdict apparently. Now, the difference here is there is no on-field monitor as there is at the college and pro level. The replay is being done, the play is being looked at to the booth to our right, and then they radio down to the referee to give him the decision as to what should happen here. And this is continuing as the snow just continues to swirl as it has throughout the game. And 9:20 to go here, third quarter, as we continue to sit and wait with Avon leading 14-7. This is taking a little bit longer than I think everybody would like it to take, but it is still continuing this review. EA Graphics is pleased to be the official OHSAA State Tournament's merchandise partner and has 2024 state souvenir apparel available currently at today's event. Whether it's T-shirts, sweatshirts, hats, or other state tournament apparel, EA Graphics has you covered with state championship merchandise. For more information, go to shopohsaa.com. Referee Jeff Klaus has the headset off. And is still disseminating the information he has been receiving. A lot of big words used as we fill time here. We still wait here. Again, the Anderson players are jumping up and down, trying to keep themselves warm. And now I think Jeff Klaus is ready to tell everybody that flag has been thrown.
Drop the flag.
After replay review, the legal substitution, 12 men in the formation on the defense. It's a 5-yard penalty. Will be first down.
So Avon had 12 men on the field. So
well, that makes sense. As fast as Anderson was going offensively, Avon really was struggling to substitute, and they got him with 12 guys, and they were burned.
So the penalty will move the ball to the 5 and make it first and goal now from the 5. Line of scrimmage was the 8. Well, the scoreboard has the ball at the 5, but if it was at the 8, it's a 5-yard walk. It should be at the 4 then, half the distance.
And they're going to the 5.
They're going to the 5, okay.
Let's play ball.
All right, here we go. After that lengthy delay, we are back to playing. It's a first and goal now, the ball for Anderson at the Avon 5. Turner's in a slot to the far side, peening the tight end to a slot to the near side. Handoff goes to Turner, who fakes the handoff inside to McClanahan, keeps the football, and is gang tackled in the backfield. That fooled absolutely nobody. The Avon defense did a great job of crashing through that time and reading that play up front, led by Addison Hanna, a 6', 235-pound senior. He was one of the first Eagles to get there. It brings up a second and goal after the loss to the 6. Burnham keeps the football, moves towards the goal line, and gets into the end zone. Touchdown. Cincinnati Anderson. Justice Burnham, the quarterback, on the 6-yard scoring run, and the Anderson Raptors are a point away from tying the game up.
Well, great job halftime by Evan Dreyer and his staff for really getting this team organized. They got the ball to start the second half, and Burnham rushing the football was a big part of that drive, and especially Turner's cut back and run to get him inside the red zone, and they're going to cash in.
16th rushing touchdown of the season for Justice Burnham. Lucas Callahan on to try the extra point. Snap is high. The hold is down. The kick is blocked. The kick is blocked. The kick is blocked. Crashing in to get a hand on that extra point attempt was Jacob Weatherspoon, who came untouched around the end and laid out. The snap was a bit high, so that slowed down the entire rhythm of that and allowed Weatherspoon time to get there and block the extra point. Avon leads 14-13 with 8:50 to go here in quarter number 3.
Yeah, you're right. The rhythm of that snap just took a little bit longer. Callahan hesitated a little bit, and then allowed Weatherspoon to lay out for that football. What a great effort to get his hands on that.
While we have the opportunity, let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the OHSAA radio network.
Hey, Chris, did you change the battery in the house? Because you're cutting out big time. I'm not sure what it is.
14-13. Avon has the 1-point lead. So often in big games, it's big things that play big roles. And that is huge right there. That blocked extra point attempt keeps Anderson down by a point. Avon leads 14-13.
Well, nonetheless, Anderson gets some rhythm going offensively. They get some momentum going offensively, and we got a nice tight ball game.
Kick comes to the near side, fielded by Avon out across the 30 to the 35, and brought down across the 35 was Maxey, and he is knocked down. Matt Maxey. And the Avon Eagles will send their offense back to the field. 8:44 to go here, third quarter. The scoring drive by Anderson brings them to within a point as Burnham with the touchdown run came on third and goal. It was a 14-play, 87-yard drive for the Anderson offense. That ate up almost 3 minutes of clock time.
And don't forget the 4th and 13 conversion, which really the season was on the line. They don't get that one.
Avon has the ball, first down and 10. And it's at their own 37-yard line where they start this drive, their initial drive of half number 2. Good, hands off. And running room out towards the 40-yard line for the ball carrier, Keontae Smith, who had limited carries in half number 1. Smith, in that first half, had just 4 carries. That was his 5th for now 8 yards. Second down and 7 upcoming. Avon, number 1 in the AP poll this season. Spent that number 1 spot all season long. Maxey starts in motion. Good, keeps the football. And again, just running along the hash marks near side. Gets out to the 44-yard line and pick up the 4. Chris Solwecki down on the sideline for us.
We were talking to Coach Elder earlier, and he mentioned lethargy, wanting to speed up a little bit. There's actually a couple of coaches on the Anderson sideline having the same conversation, because as you're standing here watching, if you don't have your body moving, it becomes very, very easy to start to zone out, to start to allow the weather to get the best of you. And so energy on both sides, because you win as a team and you lose as I love this coaching staff right now.
Third down and 3. Avon 6 of 9 on third downs tonight. Handoff goes inside. This is Smith, and he's got the first down. Extra effort there as he falls out across the 48 to the midfield stripe. Little extra effort there by Keontae Smith. Gets Avon a first down and a gain of a half dozen.
Boy, I'll tell you what, they're running a more condensed set right now. All 3 of those runs to the right side, they're a little bit unbalanced right here. Just trying to run power football at that Anderson defense. A much different look than in the first half.
Pistol formation. Good, takes the snap, will follow Smith through the hole and gets bumped down as he made his way into Anderson territory to the 47. Jayon Saunders came up to brutally greet him as he entered Raptors territory at the 47, a gain of 3. Second down and 7.
That is 4 straight plays in a row. They ran the same spot, whether it was Good or Smith running the football, and they're in the same formation again.
Tight end and a slot to the near side, Beerbaum. Beerbaum's dad played basketball at Boston College. Here's a handoff inside for Smith. Saunders hit him again. Smith bounces off of it, but that slowed Smith down to allow help to arrive. And Smith carries close to the first down. He ended up picking up a half dozen out to the 41 after Saunders hit him initially, slowed him down momentarily, but he still had enough oomph to gain the first down, close to the first down to the 41. It's 3rd and 1.
Great second and third effort. Smith goes out. Tyler Kaufman back in, fresh legs. But they're getting 3 and 4 yards a pop, and you can see they're very deliberate right now in how they're running their offense. I think they really want to slow this game down after what Anderson just did by going right down the field.
We are at the halfway mark of quarter number 3. Avon leads 14-13 after the Anderson touchdown a moment ago. The extra point attempt was blocked. Here's Good. Play fake, keeps the football. 35 of Anderson to the 30. Has the first down and is brought down to the near side as coming up to shoulder him down for Anderson. Coming up from the corner spot was Ace Alston, the 6 foot, 170-pound sophomore, but it is good enough for a first down as Good carries to the 28 to pick up a 13.
Again, it's an unbalanced line to the right. They're going to tackle over, and it's just been a solid play for them all night long. And Antoine Higgins missed a tackle, did 3 push-ups real quick to self-punish himself for not making the play. I'm not sure I've seen that.
Pistol formation again. First down and 10. Avon at the Anderson 28. Inside, this is Kaufman stumbling, bumbling, rumbling, and falling ahead across the 15-yard line to the 14. It's another first down.
They have run the ball to the right side every single play. Again,
Kaufman is down. This might be a cramping situation as he is flat of his back, and he put that left leg up into the air almost immediately when he went down. One of his teammates doing some athletic training work on him right there. That's Maxey, who came over to help him out a little bit.
Grant Barr was there as well, helping him get that leg up in the air.
Timeout on the field, 5:26 to go, third quarter. Avon leads Anderson, but the Eagles are driving. It's 14-13 Avon. Let's pause for these messages from the Ohio High School Athletic Association. You are listening to the OHSAA Radio Network, which is brought to you by Chocolate Milk.
Here's to the ones who put in the work, the no days off, rise and grind warriors who live by the oath of my body is my temple. And when their temple needs to rebuild after a long workout, athletes of all types choose low-fat chocolate milk. It's delicious and contains the right mix of protein and carbs to help refuel exhausted muscles. Chocolate milk turns Motivation Monday into Flex Friday. Crush your goals with the help of a real recovery drink. Try it for yourself. Built with chocolate milk. The official beverage of high school sports is brought to you by the American Dairy Association Mideast.
Health Action Council is a member-driven, not-for-profit organization that provides employers with best practices for a healthy workforce through leadership, innovative services, and collaboration. Health Action Council works with employers to improve the quality, cost, and value of healthcare. The Ohio High School Athletic Association and Health Action Council invite all Ohio schools to join us for the Healthy Kids Step It Up Challenge. Find out details at healthykidsgo.org.
Spectrum News 1, a new kind of news channel dedicated to refreshing storytelling and empowering communities across the Buckeye State. With your local forecast every 10 minutes and all of the essential news you need 24/7. Plus, in-depth shows and exclusives focused on your community. Always Ohio, always refreshing, always on. We are Spectrum News 1, exclusively on Spectrum.
When we respect the game, we all have a part to play to make school sports a fun and safe place for kids. Find out more at ohsaa.org/RTG.
Avon trying to answer the Anderson score with one of their own. They're on the move with 5:26 to go here, quarter number 3. The Eagles have the ball with a first down and 10 at the Anderson 14-yard line, leading 14-13. Marty Bannister, Greg Fry, Chris Solwecki, and Ryan Baker with you here from Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium. The snow has started to slacken off here as we go deeper into quarter number 3. It has been a snowy Thursday for this opening round of the state championships here in Canton. Expecting sunny skies tomorrow, but temperature just into the low 30s for the trio of games tomorrow, which scrimmage will get started with that Division 7 game at 10:30 tomorrow morning. Marion local. The frequent Flyers are back again, looking for their 64th straight win. Since they lost a game in 2020, the last time they lost a game, since then they've tossed 33 shutouts, and only 9 teams have scored more than 10 points in a game against them. I mean, it's just, those numbers are just ridiculous.
There's something in the water there.
Just ridiculous.
Sam Goodwin's a heck of a coach.
He sure is. Hillsdale will be the team with the unenviable task of trying to snap that win streak. That'll be the first of 3 tomorrow, capped off by the Division I title game, Cincinnati Moeller and Olentangy Liberty. Moeller quarterback Matt Ponatoski named Ohio's Mr. Football earlier tonight. Handoff goes inside to Smith for Avon, and he gets, again, the line of scrimmage was the 14, and he got just back to the line of scrimmage. Ponatoski threw 50 touchdown passes this year for the Moeller Crusaders.
Got to see him play against St. Xavier a couple of weeks ago. Boy, he had a heck of a game. And then last week against Centerville, he had a heck of a half in the first half.
Just a junior,
and he's a great baseball player, too. He's one of the best quarterbacks I've seen in a while.
Second down and 10. The ball at the 14 after no gain on the last play. Pistol formation. Good will fake and keep the football. Tries to squirt through the hole and is gang tackled by a number of Raptors who came up. Jayon Sanders was there. Colton Horschmeiner was there. And also coming up from the bottom of that pile for Anderson was defensive tackle Jaden Egbert, a 6'3", 225-pound senior.
And that plays well defended, but they still pick up 4. It's just they're getting pushed every single time.
Clock rolling with 4:09 to go here in the third quarter. It's a 3rd and 6. Anderson tonight very good on third downs, or Avon rather. They're 8 of 11 on third downs tonight. Beerbomb, the tight end, and a slot handoff goes to Smith, and he's got more than that. He goes into the end zone, touchdown. Keontae Smith scoots in for the score on the snow-covered field for the touchdown, and Avon answers. They run right back down the field, and the drive capped off by the touchdown run from 10 yards out by Smith, and the lead's now 20-13 Avon.
What a great drive, a very simple drive. The halftime adjustments were to keep it simple and just really run this football with the running back combination of Kaufman and Smith on this drive, and a little bit of Nolan Good, and they stick it right back in the end zone.
Well, we talked about earlier how Smith had limited carries in the first half, had just 4 carries for 5 yards. Now he's at 8 carries for 32 yards and a touchdown.
There will not be an extra one. Nope. They're not kicking this thing.
Nope, we're going to try for 2, will the Eagles. And the lead now stands at 7. Smith off to the left of Good. The try for 2 by Avon. Good will keep the football himself and runs into the pile, and they try to shove him into the end zone, but they're not going to be able to do it. The lead will stay at 7. The try for 2 fails. So perhaps a bit of a momentum boost for Anderson right there, as they're able to stop the 2-point conversion try with 3:54 to go here in the quarter. And the lead for Avon is now a touchdown at 20-13.
You know, I'm going to have to question that one a little bit. I guess I understand the reasoning, but you know, if you kick the extra point, you're up 8, and that's a big 8 points. But nonetheless, they miss.
When you come to the northeast part of the state for the state championships, you get a chance to explore Canton and Stark County this holiday season. There's the Indoor Winter Wonderland. That's at the Ohio Christmas Factory. The outdoor holiday markets at Oakwood Square. The new Winter Wonderfest, one of Greg's favorite stops, at Hartville Marketplace, and so much more. Discover light shows, shopping destinations, and holiday entertainment. Visit more at visitcanton.com and on social media at visitcanton. Great area. Lots going on up here. They've done a wonderful job around the Pro Football Hall of Fame with the renovations and all the work going on. Restaurant areas off to our left as we look behind the stands across the way. All the renovations have been tremendous. This is a wonderful facility. The stadium is NFL ready. Of course, they play the Hall of Fame game here in August. Probably wouldn't they snow on the field back then. I'll go out on a limb and say that.
I think that's a safe bet.
Think so? That's why I'm in sports and not in weather. But this is a wonderful facility. If you've never had the chance and you get the opportunity, the locker facilities here are professional-style locker rooms. Everything about this facility, everything just about the way it's situated, the locations upstairs, the suites, the stands, everything, well ready for football of any level and playing host to the state championships here. The Pro Football Hall of Fame, Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium. 3:54 to go here, third quarter. Avon leads Anderson 20-13. Warwick to kick it away. Turner to the far side. This will be a short kick that will bounce and be fielded by Saunders on a hop at the 10. Middle of the field to the 20, out to the 25, lowers his shoulder, and is brought down as he got out across the 25 to about the 28-yard line. Jayon Sanders on the return. He averages 22 yards in return on the season. And the Anderson Raptors will put their offense back onto the field. For many, many years, the school known as Indians, but the name changed to Raptors. And the ball to start this drive for the Anderson Raptors at the 28, their own 28, moving from right to left.
They're going to get the rhythm of the opening drive of the second half. But again, to credit Avon, they've run a lot more time on the clock with that last drive, and they're shrinking this game. And at some point, Anderson's going to run out of drive, so they have really got to convert every time they get the football.
Burnham, play fake, back to throw, looking, flush to the far side of the field and runs and delivers ahead to Turner, who makes the catch, hurdles a defender who slides past him and out of bounds, and the play carries out to the 35-yard line. It's a gain of 7. Burnham now 10 of 19 throwing the football for 61 yards.
He's starting to heat up a little bit. They're just they're getting him the football, putting his hands and letting him make a play.
Turner Burnham takes the snap and runs right into the middle of the field. Shy of the first down by roughly a yard. Got to the 36, needed to get to the 37, it looks like. Again, with the field covered with snow here.
About a yard and a half.
About 3rd and 2. Anderson so far 4 of 8 on 3rd down. Handoff goes to Turner. He's got the first down to the 40, and the pile pushes him ahead for a couple of extra yards as well. Darrell Turner carries out to the 42, picks up a half dozen. Darrell Turner.
This is where they're so good. You get a substitution now. We got a player down.
That's an Avon player. That's Jason Gillespie, the defensive tackle, 6'2", 250-pound senior. And he is flat of his back at about the 40-yard line. Timeout on the field. Let's pause for these messages with Avon leading Anderson 20-13 in the third quarter. This is the OHSAA Radio Network, brought to you by Chocolate Milk.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in Ohio. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Three minutes to go here in the quarter. Anderson with the football on a 1st down and 10. Burnham keeps the football himself and runs into Avon territory across the midfield stripe and carries to the Eagles' 47-yard line. A pickup of 11 and a 1st down, but there is a penalty flag, so this will be coming back. Let's go down to the sideline where we have the chance to check in with Chris Solwecki.
I was telling you the Feisty boys and how they were slowly from being covered up. Now then there were none, right? They're all covered up now. Is the right thing to do. Actual mascot. The Eagle and the Raptor both seem to be doing well, but I think I have put my finger on why the dinosaurs became extinct. There's an unbelievable amount of snow building up inside the Raptor's mouth. I don't think he can do.
Another penalty flag, Chris. Thank you. As we get ready to play here with the ball moved back to the 32-yard line. This is a false start. The last play, there was a personal foul of 15 yards. The ball moved back to the 32. And now this one will move the ball back 5 more to the 27-yard line.
The good news for Anderson, they probably have 4 downs. We've got a long way to go, about 25 yards to get a 1st down.
In fact, that was a holding penalty the last time why the ball was moved back. Here's Burnham on 1st and 25, rolling to throw, steps up into the pocket, now runs to the far side, delivers ahead out to the 45, and has a receiver who makes the catch amongst 2 defenders. That was McClanahan who made the catch and then goes down. It's across the 45 to the 46. They pick up 19 yards and a much more manageable situation now, 2nd down and 6.
Much more.
Wow. Burnham's athletic ability saved that play right there in a good throw. Here's Burnham keeping the football and moves to the midfield stripe and pick up a 4 where he is brought down around the ankles there to tackle him for Avon at the bottom of that pile. Was Vinny DiTilio, the 6'2", 215-pound junior. His brother played quarterback at Avon back in the day. The DiTilio family, a long run at Avon High School. 3rd down and 2 Anderson. The ball just at the midfield stripe. And whistles come in as the Raptors snap the football.
Wow.
That's the 6th penalty of the night against Anderson. Avon's been flagged 6 times as well.
These penalties are allowing Avon to substitute. That's one thing they're trying to substitute, which is not easy as fast as Anderson goes. But that Avon sideline is pumped up for this defense to get a stop.
3rd down and 7. The ball back to their own 45-yard line. McClanahan in motion to the near side. Burnham takes the snap and takes off running. He's back into Avon territory. Has the 1st down as he goes from 145 to the other 45. A gain of 10 on a 1st down for the Anderson Raptors.
I'll tell you what, if they get the penalties out of their system, they can run the football with him all day long. He's got every time he runs it, it's an RPO. He can throw it outside if he wants to, but it's a light box right now. They should keep running him.
75 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. Burnham's back to throw, has all kinds of time. Finds McClanahan over the middle at the 35-yard line, and he's knocked down just inside the 35, going low to plant him for the Avon defense. Went low that time. Good tackle over there by Jacob Graham, who had a big play in the first half. And a good tackle there, but it's good enough for another 1st down. The ball moved ahead to the 34-yard line, a gain of 11. 1 minute to go in the quarter. Burnham hands off Turner, weaving his way through defenders. Out of a tackle attempt to the 20-yard line, inside the 20 and brought down at the 18. Another 1st down, a pickup of 16 as they chunk game their way down the field.
Rhythm, Marty, rhythm. This offense is in a rhythm. The first drive of the second half got him in a rhythm. This drive is no different. Even with the penalties, 3 nasty penalties, it didn't matter. They just keep chunking the plays. Are you talking about chunk plays? Another big 1st down.
And a timeout is called. I think Avon coach Mike Elder.
He wants to take a breath is what he wants.
They also had to reset the play clock as well, too. That was done. But, yeah, I think you're right on the money there, Greg. They needed that timeout just for everyone to kind of catch their breath on the defensive side of the ball.
We're all getting a glimpse, despite the horrific weather conditions, you're getting a glimpse of what this Anderson offense has done all year long. It's so hard defensively. They line up so fast. They get the play called so fast. They're ready to go. And they've repped this all year long. They could just do this in their sleep.
We talked about the first half where they had just 113 yards of total offense. They've got a $156 here in the 3rd quarter. Peening in motion to the far side. Burnham back to throw. Looking, still looking. Steps up. Coming to the near side with the football. Looks inside, sees nothing. Now tries to move ahead and gets double teamed and tackled. Brought down. Jack Rickovic in on the tackle. Line of scrimmage was the 18. Burnham is brought down for a loss back at the 22-yard line, so a loss of 4. That'll bring up 2nd and 14. They won't get another play off, and we go to the 4th quarter. It's the Division II state championship game. 1 quarter left. 2 15-0 teams battling for the title, and Avon leads Cincinnati Anderson 20-13 as we go to the 4th quarter. Let's pause for these messages from your local station. You're listening to the OHSAA Radio Network.
This is the sound of a popular American motorcycle. It's the sound of freedom, the open road, really good times. And this is what it sounds like with a drunk guy on it. How do you like the sound of that? Cops are cracking down on drunk motorcycle riders. If you ride drunk, you will get caught and you will get arrested. Drunk riding, over the limit, under arrest. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Transportation.
They are role models and educators. Their work requires a great deal of time and energy for very little pay. Who are these unsung heroes?
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
The simple truth about education-based athletics in Ohio is this. Without a committed team of coaches and administrators, it just wouldn't be possible. School sports, they bring out the best in all of us. This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
The game is over, but this time, instead of asking how many goals did you score or what were your stats, try asking these questions. Were you a good teammate? Were you coachable? Did you give 100%? And did you have fun? Because those are the values that school sports instill in Ohio's young people, where winning and losing are secondary to the life lessons that will stay with kids long after their playing days are over. This is the Ohio High School Athletic Association. Educate through sports.
So, Jacqueline.
Yes, Mom?
I wanted to talk to you about something, and... Oh, wait. Hold on. I just got a text.
Oh, wait, Mom. I just got a message. So many comments on my comment. Hey, guys, check out my new video game. Mom, what? Huh? What'd you say?
This weekend, unplug. Getting closer to nature can get you closer to your family.
To find the forest nearest you, go to discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to the OHSAA Football Championships on the OHSAA Radio Network. We go to the fourth quarter of the Division II championship game as Avon and Cincinnati Anderson, the two teams ranked numbers 1 and 2 in the final AP poll, and the only 15-0 teams playing each other for a state championship here at Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium. Along with color analyst Greg Fry, silent reporter Chris Solwecki, our producer-engineer Ryan Baker, I'm Marty Bannister. It's been a good one. 20-13 is the lead for Avon. Anderson has the football. The Raptors are moving. Teams switch sides. They now go from our left to right, and they have the football, facing a 2nd down and 14 at the Avon 22-yard line. 4 wides on the field, now a 5th as the tight end Pena comes in motion to the near side. As we start the fourth quarter, here's Burnham with all kinds of time to throw the football. Steps up into the pocket, evades the tackler, running to the far side. Little pump fake, gets a defender into the air, the 15 to the 10, and runs out of bounds inside the 10. It's a 1st and goal upcoming for Cincinnati Anderson. That little pump fake got the defender to leave his feet, and Burnham then just scooted around him and picked up more yardage for the 1st down to the 8, a gain of 14 and a 1st and goal.
He got Alex Rivera to jump up in the air. I promise you, I practice this with all my quarterbacks. It works every time. Huge gain stepping up in the pocket.
1st and goal at the 8. Handoff goes to Turner. Stutter steps, accelerates, and gets knocked down inside the 5. He got to the 3-yard line. Pick up a 4. So it'll be a 2nd down and goal at the 3 with 11.5 to go in the game. Again, go back to that failed try for 2 a short time ago after Avon had scored. Anderson could tie the game if they score here. Burnham with the football and is tackled as he starts to move into the middle of the field. He is brought down shy of the goal line. And on the stop for Avon was Owen Garcia, the 5'9 senior linebacker.
And Avon's able to substitute. They brought in some more beef up front. So they held their ground in that play. It's going to get interesting now because they got to go 2 yards.
3rd and goal. The ball's at the 3 of Avon. 20-13. Avon leads. Empty backfield for the quarterback Burnham. He'll keep the football. Works into the pile. Is stood up and shoved down. He does not get into the end zone.
Yeah, Avon changed their front. They wanted more of a goal line front, so running the football all of a sudden not as easy getting in there. They didn't gain anything there.
Owen Garcia, Andrew Velasco combined for the stop. It's now 4th down and goal. The ball's at the Avon 2.
Marty, I think what they've got to do is spread the field again and let Burnham create.
They'll bring 2 wides to the near side, stack them.
It's going to be tough to ram this down the throat. You got 7 guys in the box right now.
4th and goal. 4th and goal at the 2. And now timeout is called. Evan Dreyer sprints onto the field to call timeout.
He better call timeout because I think he had a run play called there, and it's going to be tough sledding. He was all the way down to the 10-yard line.
Clock is stopped with 10:22 to go in the game. Again, it's 20-13. Avon with the lead here in this Division II state championship game. Fans, don't forget it's easy to access your favorite OHSAA athletic events with Hometown Ticketing. As the official digital ticketing partner of the OHSAA, Hometown Ticketing allows fans to search, buy, and manage your tickets for all OHSAA tournament events right from your mobile device. To download the Home Team Ticketing fan app, go to the resources section, hometownticketing.com. Huge play in this game coming up. 4th and goal for Cincinnati Anderson. 10:22 to go in this Division II state championship game. They trail 20-13. They missed an extra point earlier. A kick was blocked to make the score 14-13 in favor of Avon. Avon marched back down the field and scored, went for 2 and failed, so that's why we stand at 20-13 with 10:22 to go in this game.
Marty, I think they've got to get the ball outside here, so it's either like a jet sweep type of play because Avon is going to stack the box right now, which they've not done very much except in these type of situations. But I say spread the field and let Burnham do what he does. He can either throw it if the play breaks down, let him use his legs.
2 wides to the near side. They come quickly set. Turner flank to the far side. Burnham fakes the handoff, keeps the football, and is grabbed and thrown down for a loss. The Avon defense with a huge play. That was a slowly developing play as Burnham started into the hole, and coming up was Jeremiah Kelly, the 6'3", 295-pound senior nose tackle, the University of Cincinnati commit. He gets the tackle belt as he comes off the field from the Avon sideline, and a huge play. And Avon keeps Anderson out of the end zone and maintains their touchdown advantage at 20-13.
They just ran Q counter with some diversion and with motion coming across, and not to be done. Great job defensively. Kelly got through there, made a great stop, got great penetration.
Boy, he got there in a hurry, too. That big man could move a little bit right there as he shot through the hole that time. Jeremiah Kelly with the tackle, and they lost a couple of yards, did Anderson, so Avon has the ball. First down and 10 at their own 5-yard line. Still far from being out of the woods, but at least they still have the lead. Handoff goes to the near side, and the running back is brought down. Let's check in again with Chris Solwecki.
4,911 souls have bought tickets to this thing, and they have stayed through the entire event. When that fourth down stop happened, everybody on the Avon side went ballistic. Stone silence on the Anderson. These fans are dying with their players here in the fourth quarter.
Gain of 5 out to the 10 with 9:47 to go. Handoff again goes to Smith, trying to get to the edge, but Antoine Higgins will not let him do it. The outstanding sophomore linebacker for Anderson got to him in a hurry and drops him for a yard loss back to the 9.
Yeah, very distinct difference in what Avon is doing here in the second half. They are just running the ball off tackle, and I understand why they're doing it, but great play by Higgins right there for no gain. Very important 3rd and 5. And really for Anderson, even though they didn't score, if they can get a stop here, Marty, they're going to get it right back. Huge play right here on 3rd and 6.
Greg, in fact, they'll say that play ended up being a yard loss, so it's 3rd down and 6. Great tackle by Higgins.
You can see why Higgins is advertised 6'4", 225, only a sophomore. He's a force.
Avon's been very good on 3rd downs tonight. They're 9 of 12. And prior to this play unfolding, we have a timeout called by Avon. We should mention that prior to the end of the 3rd quarter, there was a stop and play. That was an official's timeout and not a charge timeout to either team. And now, after timeouts have been called since then, both teams have 2 remaining to use in this 4th quarter with 9:01 to go. And again, Avon leading by the score of 20-13. Anderson this year, we've referenced it a number of times, but they've only played 3 games this year that have been decided by 10 points or less. Their last 2 games against Big Walnut and LaSalle. And then they had also that relatively tight 31-17 game with a very good Cincinnati Winton Woods team.
Yes.
For Avon, they beat Highland 28-20. But other than that, they have pretty much coasted, save for the first 3 games of the season. How about this first 3 games? Even though St. Ignatius struggled this year, went 1-10, Avon opened with a 42-21 win over St. Ignatius, then hosted Canton McKinley and beat them 21-14, and then, just for good measure, beat last year's Division 5 state champions, Cleveland Glenville, 13-12. How about that first 3 to open?
That's about as strong as the opening 3 you're going to get, right? Like, and to go 3-0 to start that tells you how good you're going to be.
I guess St. Ed must have been busy in week 4.
Right. Here we go.
3rd down and 6. Good will keep the football and got close, but does not get the first down as he was brought down shy of the 15-yard line. He was a whisker away from getting there.
Well, what's Mike Elder going to do here? Because it's 4th and a yard, and I'm telling you what, they're thinking about it.
Boy, they are. Ball's in the 14. He picked up 5. He needed 6.
They are. I'm telling you, they're going to go. They're going to go.
Oh, my goodness.
They're going to go.
Play clock is rolling down. It's at 18.
How about this for confidence in this offensive line?
4th down and 1. The ball's at their own 14, and they will play on a snow-covered field turf surface. Good, the quarterback in the pistol formation. Turns, hands the football off to Smith, and got the first down. Stretched ahead just enough on the right side to pick up the much-needed first down. In on the stop was Reed Baker for Cincinnati Anderson, but not before Smith picks up the first down. How about that?
Defensive end Alex Stanier had a hand on him in the backfield, and he got through and broke the tackle.
Goodness, picked up 3 out to the 17.
What I like about that was the decisiveness of the coaching staff. Like, you could tell they didn't flinch. That punt team never sniffed coming on the field, and the players responded to that decisiveness. I love to see that.
If you've ever had a snow globe, then that's what we're looking at right now, as the snow again picks up in the intensity. Here's Good back to throw on 1st down and 10. Has some time, looks long over the middle. Has Maxey, who makes the catch to the 45 and goes down after making the catch. And Avon works out of trouble out near the midfield stripe as Good and Maxey combine on the big hitter out to the 46-yard line, a gain of 29.
Again, they'll lull you to sleep. They run the ball. They probably ran 10 plays in a row. They'll play action fake. Maxey over the top. Any other conditions, this is a touchdown. But he did a great job of making sure to make the catch. Left his feet. Boy, big play. Another dagger.
Maxey now with 3 catches for 83 yards. 7:17 to go in the Division II state championship game. Good again to throw, comes to the near side and has a receiver.
Missed tackle.
And wiggling out of the tackle attempt is Grant Barr inside the 40 of Anderson to the 35 to the 30 and is brought down. Another first down as they take their turns, chunk gaining down the field. Grant Barr with the first down reception to the Anderson 29-yard line to pick up a 17.
Once they got some breathing room, they're going to let Nolan Good throw it. They're going into the wind right here. It's not mattering. 2 straight completions. This time it's Grant Barr. Makes a couple guys miss another big first down.
Good now, 9 of 15 on the night for 135 yards and a touchdown.
I would like to see them go back and run the football with him, though. He's running only twice here in the second half.
Remember, this drive started back at their own 5 after the stop. Handoff goes to Kaufman. Slowly making his way to the right side. Does a 180, gets to the outside to the 25-yard. Then did a spun, airborne, and over. He somersaulted after he was undercut by Kamari Ty. And gets to the 21-yard line, a pickup of 8.
Talk about running with authority. Ty came up, and he just somersaulted him. Took his legs out and somersaulted him, and he got up laughing. He's having fun.
Chance to play in the snow. You
Right.
don't get that very often.
No.
Halfway through the fourth quarter of the Division II state championship game, Avon leads 20-13, but another lengthy Eagles drive. Pistol formation, low snap, good, races up, picks the football up, and then just gets knocked down. I don't know if the snap slipped out of the hand of the center or not, but it didn't make even halfway back to Good, who quickly raced up and fell on the football.
That's called being Johnny on the spot. He played shortstop right there. He came up and just picked that up, and that was just really smart quarterback play. That ball
never came out of the hands of Connor Bingham. Well, it did, but it came out slowly.
Never got off the ground.
Yeah. Drug it in the snow a little bit there. So that will lose back to the 23. It ends up being a loss of 2. Brings up a 3rd down and 4 for Avon at the Anderson 23-yard line. Good out of the pistol formation. Smith behind him. Smith takes the handoff, works to the right side, and bombs out a 1 tackle attempt and pushes ahead for another Avon first down. Again, the extra effort of Keontae Smith, again, provides Avon with a much-needed first down as he gets to the 19, a pickup of 4.
Marty, he's done that all night long.
He
had it
has.
stopped for no gain, and once again, he's falling forward. He ends up getting 4 on that to get the first down.
Remember, he was the player who got the first down on the 4th down call back at their own, the 10-yard line when they ran that play?
14-yard line.
14-yard line?
Yes.
So the clock continues to roll in Avon's favor with 4:50 to go in the game. They lead 20-13 over Cincinnati Anderson. The number 1 ranked team in the state, Avon. The number 2 ranked team in the state, Anderson. 30-0 between them. Good. Fakes. Keeps the football to the right side. Follows Smith. Bounces out of the tackle attempt. Tries to get to the outside. Jayon Sanders had enough of him to knock him off bounds and knock him out of bounds far sideline.
Well, we're knocking on the door again where Avon has an opportunity to go up 2 scores. They've been close to it all night long. Have not been able to do it. But if you get up 2 scores in this game, obviously Anderson's a team that can come back, but it's still a significant difference. It puts Avon in a huge advantage.
Good got a yard to the 18. Nolan Good tonight, Greg, 19 carries, 191 yards, including a 71-yard first quarter touchdown run.
Hence, I say they should run him more. but I say that Keontae Smith and Tyler Kaufman are running the ball well as well.
Mr. Football finalist, Nolan Good. 2nd down and 9 at the Anderson 18. Goods back to throw. Fires a dart towards the end zone. It's intercepted. It's intercepted inside the 5. Sliding down and intercepting the pass for Anderson. Going low that time and coming away with it was Ace Alston, his 3rd interception of the season. And the Anderson Raptors get the football back on Nolan Good's 9th interception of the season. And Anderson, a long way to go and a short time to get there. 4:28 to go in the game. They trail Avon by the score of 20-13 in the Division II state championship game. Let's pause for these messages from the Ohio High School Athletic Association. You're listening to the OHSAA Radio Network, brought to you by Chocolate Milk.
You practice hard, you play hard, you're always reaching for your goals. You reach for the next point, the next yard, the next win. And after the game, reach for low-fat chocolate milk. It has the fluids to rehydrate you, the right mix of protein and carbs to refuel you, and the vitamins and minerals to help you build strong bones and bodies. Fuel up with chocolate milk. For more information, visit drink-milk.com.
Max Preps is your source for high school sports. From schedules to stats, live scores, rosters, video, and photos, Max Preps has it all. And when you download the Max Preps app, you can add your favorite teams and get notified on the go. Have your own personalized scoreboards and stay updated on the latest news surrounding your high school team. As a proud partner of the Ohio High School Athletic Association, Max Preps wishes every student, athlete, and coach out there a very successful season.
Welcome to the home of Gridiron Legends, the newly renovated Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio. Walk among the immortals of football inside the Hall of Fame gallery. Here you can stand face to face with the men who built America's game. Relive the greatest moments of Super Bowl history in the Lamar Hunt Super Bowl gallery and stand before the Vince Lombardi Trophy. While the NFL Today gallery is home to the NFL's most recent record-breaking moments. Plan your visit to the Pro Football Hall of Fame today at profootballhof.com.
Did you know that the OHSAA awards more than $160,000 in scholarships every year? Check out details at OHSAA.org.
4:28 to go in the Division II state title game. Avon leads Cincinnati Anderson 2013. A promising Avon drive just ended with an interception as Nolan Good fired the ball towards the end zone, and it was picked off by Anderson's Ace Alston inside the 5. Raptors have the ball at their own 3-yard line. Greg Fry, take us back to that play. Can you maybe take us through Mike Elder's play call thinking there?
Well, they were aggressive, and obviously he had just completed a couple passes, but they really went for the kill shot right there, throwing the post down the middle, and it was not open. It was undercut by Ace Alston, and that's one that, for the only time tonight, I saw Nolan Good really stare one down, try to force it in there when he didn't need to. And that's a huge turnover in this game because now you give Anderson a shot. They got to go the length of the field, but they got plenty of time, and that just changed everything because Avon had a chance to go up 2 scores and really ice the game. And now Anderson's right back in it.
15th interception of the season for the Anderson defense. And for Ace Alston, that was his 3rd pick of the year. Now, all that being said, Anderson has the ball inside their own 5-yard line at the 3 with 4:28 to go in the game. But as Greg has mentioned a couple of times, their offense is has found its rhythm here in the second half.
I don't think they really care where they start, Marty. They have the ball in their hands. They've practiced all year for this. They have an opportunity to go 97 yards and tie this game and potentially go overtime or maybe even have a shot to go for 2 to win it.
Over 700 yards of offense in the snow and windy conditions here tonight. 437 of that belonged to Avon.
Well, the good news for Anderson, they got the wind, I'll say, at their back a little bit. This would be the direction you want to go.
Justice Burnham standing in the end zone about 3 yards in to take the snap on this first play. 1st and 10 from their own 3, and he's back to throw. He'll come to the near side, and the pass is caught. This is Jalek with one of his few catches of the night, and he is brought down near the first down marker. Again, the line of scrimmage was their own 3. He gets out to the 13 or to the 12-yard line. He is just shy of the first down. It'll be a 2nd down and 1. Burnham takes a snap and will slowly move to the right side and step through the hole and got the first down. The forward progress will get him to the 15. Chris Solwecki's on the sideline for us. Chris, you wanted to add?
Well, just a week ago we saw the Cleveland Browns knock off the Pittsburgh Steelers, and when they were done with that, they picked up snowballs and threw them around. Quite enough snow. But I guarantee there's enough snow on the ground to send some messages to loved ones or maybe make a snow angel to when the victor is finally crowned.
1st down and 10. The play was good enough for a 1st down. Burnham back to throw with all kinds of time. Now, no one's open who to step up with the football and be brought down right around the line of scrimmage. He had all kinds of time to throw, but just no one to throw the football to.
And a good job there. He was unsure, and it's not a situation where you really want to let it go. And taking a sack right now is all right. He didn't lose any yardage, so a wise decision not to throw it. The challenge is the receivers are all going to run back to the line of scrimmage and get set.
Clock rolling, 3:20 to go in this Division II title game. Avon leads 20-13, 2nd and 15 now, and Burnham hitting the backfield, steps out of the tackle, tip, fires ahead. Jalek with a leaping grab at the 30-yard line. It's good enough for a 1st down. As Burnham again able to save the play with his athletic ability. As he was moving laterally to his left, he fired a dart ahead to the leaping Jalek, who makes the catch out of the 29, gain of 14 and a 1st down.
Great catch by Jalek, but Burnham again, I don't know how he got out of the pressure. Excellent athletic play.
Burnham to throw, lobs it ahead in the middle to Peening, the tight end. He's out to the 35-yard line and crashes his way to the 40. It's another 1st down, a gain of 11, and there's that rhythm that Greg was talking about, that tempo that Anderson has, but there's a penalty flag down. Illegal formation will wipe out the 11-yard gain.
They ran that middle screen to Peeney again. I love that play. It's been very successful tonight, but all for naught. But really, they've had penalties tonight, but they're so explosive that it not really hurt them. Still got plenty of time with 3 minutes.
Ball moved back to the 24-yard line. So it's 1st and 15. They need to get out to the 39, their own 39, for the first down with 2:50 to go in the game. Avon leads 20-13.
Well, they're mixed up on their formation.
4 wides to the near side now. Empty backfield as Burnham goes back to throw. Looking. Now will step up, rolling to the near side, wants to throw. Now he's going to have to tuck the football and run. Being chased, tries to stiff arm his defender out of the way, who was coming up. That was Owen Garcia. And Burnham hit him with a stiff arm. And Garcia stayed right with him to escort him out of bounds. Again, the line of scrimmage was the 24. And all of that running, Burnham got 3 yards out to the 27.
Yeah, huge play there by Owen Garcia to chase him down and not let him turn the corner.
2nd down and 12 from their own 27. Burnham back to throw now. Delivers. Pass is caught out across the 35-yard line. As hauling that pass in was Jake Brammer on the catch. Or check it, that was also onto the field that time. One of the first times tonight we've seen Cooper Kaufman, wide receiver, a sophomore. Good catch there.
Very sure-handed catch right there.
3rd down and 3. Burnham keeps the football himself, and the pile will try to push it towards the first down marker.
He got it.
He just did get it. Yes, he did, out to the 40-yard line.
And Avon's going wholesale substitution. They're substituting 4 guys. They're getting pretty good at it. They got them right in there before Anderson gets another play call, but a huge pickup right there.
Wide splits that offensive line again on 1st down and 10 from their own 40. Burnham back to throw again with all kinds of time to deliver the ball. We'll come to the near side, and the pass is caught. Back-to-back catches by Kaufman, and he goes out of bounds to the near side. He was just standing in the flat to the near side, patiently waiting for the football, and Burnham got it to him. Play carries out across the 40 grade to the 43-yard line.
Good patient throw. He had McClanahan on the dig, though. Boy, he had a big gain if he could find McClanahan. There's some holes in this defense.
Yep, 5 wides on the field, 3 to the far side on 2nd down and 7. Under 2 minutes to go in the game, 1:55. Avon leads 20-13. It's the Division II championship game. Anderson started this drive back at their own 3 after an interception. Back to throw is Burnham. He set up the middle screen. Jalik makes the catch, evades 1 tackle, gets out to the midfield stripe, and is brought down just into Anderson territory, or to Avon territory rather. He edged just ahead, picks up 8. It's a first down at the Avon 49-yard line with 1:48 to go in the game. Again, 5 wides. Burnham back to throw. Again with time. Flushed out of the pocket to the far side looking. Now comes back to the near side. Still rolling ahead with the football. Looks. Trying to get the ball to Jalik, who comes back. And the ball goes right through his hands near side at the Avon 45. Greg, watching all of that unfold, there were a number of receivers open in the flat on the far side.
McClanahan got behind everybody, and he didn't see him. He's going to die when he sees that on film. But an excellent job. He found Jalik and just didn't make the catch on the sideline.
That stops the clock with 94 seconds left in the game.
Avon's going to call a timeout here.
So the timeout. Clock had already stopped, though, on the incompletion at the 1:34 mark. Burnham on the night now 17 of 27 for 134 yards. Jalik has 5 catches. McClanahan has 4. Peening has 3. And the clock is stopped with a 2nd down and 10 upcoming for Anderson. And again, Avon leads 20-13. It's the opener of the state championship weekend of the Ohio High School Athletic Association football playoffs. 7 title games. And you would think that the opener between 2 teams, which were each 15-0 coming into this game, would live up to its advanced billing. And I'd have to say this one has.
Absolutely. And the one thing that's working in Anderson's favor here is it's 4-down territory, which for them is normal business. But as a quarterback, that's a big deal in these drives because you feel like you got an extra play. You can throw 3 straight incompletions, and you still got 4th down. And he has been huge on 4th downs tonight. But I'm sure if I'm Anderson, I don't want to get the 4th down right now with the whole season hanging in the balance. You want to get this thing on 2nd or 3rd down.
Burnham also has carried the ball 29 times tonight for 132 yards. So both quarterbacks are over 100 yards rushing in this one tonight. Again, 4 wides, 2 to the far, 2 to the near. The tight end, Peenig's in a slot to the near side. Empty backfield for senior quarterback Justice Burnham, trying to lead his team back down the field to tie or take the lead in this Division II title game. Burnham hesitates as he makes it to the line of scrimmage, now starts to run to the 45-yard line and gets inside the 45 to the Avon 43-yard line, picked up a half dozen. That brings up a third down, 3rd and 4. They need to get the football to the Avon 44-yard line.
They're going to run it again.
Burnham, again, slowly waiting for something to develop, and now steps through and gets the first down and goes down at the 43-yard line.
This is key in high school where the clock, stops momentarily. Move the chains, but it's running now.
So first down at 10 with 1 minute to go. Low snap that Burnham fields. Rolls to the far side to throw. Looks, sets, comes back to the near side now for Peenig, and this one is almost intercepted and should have been intercepted. A low throw that Aiden Atkins came back for Avon, the senior cornerback, and he had that one right in his hands, laying out for him, but just could not haul it in. As Burnham looked to the left, came back to the right, trying to get the ball to Peenig.
Boy, he had Jake Grammer open on the opposite sideline. He's missed a couple open guys, which, up here it's easy to see. Down there, not so much, but still only second down. Got a lot of time left here.
Ball's at the 38 of Avon with 54 seconds left. Second down at 10. Burnham will keep the football straight up the middle of the field and gets across the 35-yard line to the 33. Anderson will burn one of their 2 remaining timeouts. A pickup of 5. And again, the yard markers are very hard to see right now as the snow has continued to fall throughout the half. Almost everything obscured by the white flurries, which have fallen all over the field tonight. Ball is at the 33-yard line of Avon, Greg.
Marty, if they can give him time, he's got guys open downfield. And again, spread the field to let him create. That Avon defense is bending but not breaking right now, but there's been some gaping holes that he's missed. So at some point, I think if Anderson's going to score, you want to score from out away. You don't want to get down here inside the 5-yard line where it's going to be tough sledding, where they got stopped last time with this Avon defense. So we're kind of getting to that point where they can get maybe one more first down, hopefully. But sooner or later here, they got to have a big chunk.
Was that a snow reference? Tough sledding?
Maybe.
You didn't even realize you said that, did you?
It's osmosis by hanging
Is that what it is?
You.
Okay.
It is.
Okay.
You've dropped a few in there tonight. Our listeners they know you've done your homework.
Rolling their eyes. Ball at the 33. 48 seconds left. Third down and 5. Burnham's back to throw now. He'll come to the near side now. Jalik makes the catch, then runs out of bounds. It's another first down. He carries to the 23-yard line, a gain of 10, and a first down for the Anderson Raptors.
Well, not only is that a first down, it's big. It stops the clock, and they only burn 5 seconds right there. Really great job. Nice catch and throw. You can see Jalik really stepping up here under pressure. Now you got 4 downs, so you can take some shots, and now's when you want to take your shot.
Again, remember, this drive started back at their own 3-yard line. 43 seconds left to go. Burnham's back to throw. Sets up a middle screen. The pass is caught. This is McClanahan at the 20-yard line and gets inside the 20. Aiden McClanahan with the catch and gets to the Avon 16-yard line, a pickup of 7. 28 seconds left in the game. 20-13 Avon.
Oh, we got a movement.
And now another penalty flag.
Now here's the thing. That penalty's not going to hurt them. But they got to get ready because that clock's going to start when they set the ball. You got to get your play called. You don't want to burn timeout now. You got to be ready to go.
It was a 2nd and 4. That'll make it a 2nd and 9. And that'll move the ball back to the 22-yard line. And again, 25 seconds left. Anderson trying to tie up the Division II state championship game, which has 25 seconds left to play. Avon leads 20-13. 4 wides are on the field for quarterback Justice Burnham. He'll take the snap and go back to throw. Steps up into the pocket, rolls, looks. McClanahan's in the end zone. He can't get the ball to him and just throw it out of bounds. McClanahan had got behind a defender in the end zone momentarily, but Burnham just didn't have time to throw the football that way. And that'll bring up a 2nd down and 9. The clock is stopped with 12 seconds left on the incompletion.
Here's where clock management's key. They let 4 seconds run off the clock after the penalty, and that play took a long time. So that play probably took 8 or 9 seconds. So now you're down to 2 plays, maybe 3.
12 seconds left. They have a timeout. Each team has a timeout. Ball's at the Avon 22-yard line. Empty backfield. Burnham back to throw. Looks, sets, heaves it towards McClanahan.
Got a man.
Oh! It's incomplete. And there was contact. Is there a flag? No, there is not.
There is not.
8 seconds left.
One more play. He had McClanahan.
He did. And it comes down to this. 4th down and 9 for Anderson with 8 seconds left.
Well, they've done it all night.
On coverage that time for Avon. Back there guarding was Gabe Miller.
And the thing is, you don't have to throw it in the end zone right. You can get a first down and stop the clock.
Ball's at the Avon 22. Here we go. drama in the Division II title game. 4th and 9 from the Avon 22 with 8 seconds left. For Anderson, back to throw is Burnham. He looks, he sets, he's hit in the backfield, gets out of the tackle, spins to the near side with 2 seconds left, and 1 heaves it towards the end zone. It's a jump ball in the end zone, and it is tipped up into the air and out of bounds, and Avon has won the Division II state championship. The Avon Eagles hang on a Hail Mary towards the end zone. And the Avon Eagles have won the Division II state championship in dramatic fashion tonight. In the snow and the wind and the cold at Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium in Camden. Your final score tonight, Avon 20, Cincinnati Anderson 13. It was one heck of a high school football game, and what a way to kick off our 7 state championships here in the state of Ohio. The celebration going on the Avon Eagles side of the field as they have won the Division II state championship. Once again, the final score tonight, Avon 20, Cincinnati Anderson 13. Let's pause for these messages from the Ohio High School Athletic Association. You're listening to the OHSAA Radio Network, brought to you by Chocolate Milk.
Here's to the ones who put in the work, the no days off, rise and grind warriors who live by the oath of my body is my temple. And when their temple needs to rebuild after a long workout, athletes of all types choose low-fat chocolate milk. It's delicious and contains the right mix of protein and carbs to help refuel exhausted muscles. Chocolate milk turns Motivation Monday into Flex Friday. Crush your goals with the help of a real recovery drink. Try it for yourself. Built with chocolate milk, the official beverage of high school sports, is brought to you by the American Dairy Association Mideast.
Ohio Health Sports Medicine is proud to keep student athletes healthy and in the game, and is the official sports medicine partner of the Ohio High School Athletic Association. Serving Ohio since 1891, Ohio Health medical experts are now available in 47 counties and help keep athletes ready to compete and active adults on the road to healthy living. Log on to ohiohealth.com or call 614-566-GAME anytime. Ohio Health, elite care for every athlete.
For the players on the court, cheerleaders on the sideline, and fans in the stands, Varsity Brands is a national leader in team athletic gear, school spirit, and championship memorabilia. Recognized and endorsed by the Ohio High School Athletic Association, Varsity Brands partners with schools, coaches, and students to build school pride and student engagement. Visit varsitybrands.com for more information. Varsity Brands, elevating student experiences.
Hey, sports fan! Did you know the OHSAA is among the national leaders in social media? Check out the OHSAA's social media platforms for news, tournament information, accomplishments, helpful links, and all the items available in the fan guide, including photos, DVDs, and publications. Check out OHSAA Sports on Twitter, Facebook, Snapchat, and Instagram. And who knows, you may be the next featured face.
Hey, this is Kirk Herbstreit from ESPN, and you're listening to the State Football Championships on the OHSAA Radio Network.
It was one heck of a state championship game in Division II. Avon defeats Cincinnati Anderson by the final of 20-13. Anderson drove from their own 3-yard line to the Avon 22. A pass into the end zone on 4th down and 9 was tipped away as the clock reached 0, and the state championship belongs to Avon. Down to the field now. We listen in to the presentation of the runner-up trophy to the Anderson Raptors.
The way we train, need to change the way we practice. Got a lot of kids back from last year who bought into that, who simply went out, won 15 straight football games, made your back-to-back appearance in a state semifinal game, averaged over 47 points a game this year, and brought Anderson back to the state final game for the first time in 16 years. I'm joined by Dr. Walt Skaggs, Superintendent of St. Clairsville District, and a member of our Board of Control. It's our pleasure to present to the team from Anderson the Division IV State Runner-Up Trophy. Congratulations.
OHSAA Executive Director Doug Ute presenting the runner-up trophy to Evan Dreyer and the Anderson Raptors. And you heard Doug Ute talk about the way that Anderson basically started from scratch again after last season, Greg, losing to Massillon 55-7, knowing they had to go back. While they were very pleased and knew they had a lot of talent, they still had some things they needed to change to make the run back, and they come within one play of winning a state title.
I'll tell you what, that's a great football team. I'm so impressed with what I've seen out of them tonight, and really all year long. I mean, the wins that they put together to get here, beating Winton Woods, beating LaSalle, and obviously beating Big Walnut last week to get here is a major, major achievement. I promise you right now they're not feeling that. They're feeling the sting of losing in such a close ball game, but what a matchup tonight, and Anderson just falls a little bit short. And ultimately, one team had to fall short tonight, and they gave a heck of an effort and just didn't quite have enough to get it done.
The Avon Eagles will be presented with the state championship trophy. You heard Doug Hute just a moment ago handing out the runner-up trophy. And the celebration going on right now as they move over towards the presentation of the state championship trophy. The Avon Eagles have won the Division II state championship for a school that had tried so many times to get over that Akron-Hoban hurdle. They do it and win the school's first state championship in football. It is a football-mad community, that part of the state of Ohio in that Southwestern Conference. Coach Mike Elder has done a tremendous job with that program, and they have won the school's first football state championship. They had a stop at a number of the elementary schools in the Avon district today as part of a pep rally. They busted down today and are state champions.
It's time to recognize the OHSAA Division II state championship team, the Eagles from Avon High School.
Again, let's welcome OHSAA Executive Director Doug Hute, Director Bo Rugg, and OHSAA Board of Directors members Walt Skaggs and Glenn Gillespie as Mr. Rugg presents the Division II State Championship Trophy.
Coach Elder, this senior class has 53 wins. 2 undefeated seasons, 4 times in the state semifinals, and now your first ever state championship. On behalf of all of our member schools, our board of directors, Glenn Gillespie from our board is happy to present you the championship trophy, Division II. Congratulations.
Mr. Rugg presenting the state championship trophy to the Avon Eagles. Bo Rugg, the football administrator for the state of Ohio and the Ohio High School Athletic Association. Again, the final, Avon 20 and Anderson 13. Before we take a break, let's pause. Well, in fact, we'll go ahead and just take a break right now. Why don't we do that? Let's pause for these messages from your local station. You're listening to the OHSAA Radio Network.
This is welcome to the home of Gridiron Legends, the newly renovated Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio. Walk among the immortals of football inside the Hall of Fame gallery. Here you can stand face to face with the men who built America's game. Relive the greatest moments of Super Bowl history in the Lamar Hunt Super Bowl gallery and stand before the Vince Lombardi Trophy, while the NFL Today gallery is home to the NFL's most recent record-breaking moments. Plan your visit to the Pro Football Hall of Fame today at ProFootballHOF.com.
EA Graphics is the official state tournament merchandise partner of the Ohio High School Athletic Association. EA Graphics is on-site at OHSAA tournament contests with t-shirts, sweatshirts, hats, and many other apparel items. And it doesn't end when the tournament is over. Check out OHSAA tournament merchandise online at shopohsaa.com. That's shopohsaa.com. EA Graphics and the OHSAA. Wear a piece of history.
How do you define strength? Is it physical? Or is it mental? Maybe it's both. Maybe it's whatever empowers a person to dig deeper, fight harder, and overcome obstacles that once seemed insurmountable. Discover how much stronger and more confident your children can be. Encourage them to participate in a sport when they go to high school.
This message presented by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the Ohio Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Hey, it's Kirk Herbstreit from ESPN. Football has played a big part in my life, but football's also a lot more than just big plays, wins, losses, and championships. Football teaches young people about dedication, sacrifice, teamwork, and overcoming adversity. So let's respect the game and get out and support your local school. You'll be amazed of all the good things you see happening at Ohio schools.
This message brought to you by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and the OHSAA Radio Network.
Again, the final score in the Division II state championship game, Avon defeats Cincinnati Anderson by the final of 20-13. Let's head down to the field now and check in with Chris Solwick.
Trying to get Coach Elder. He keeps things stopped by well-wishers. He's on his way to us. And we'll be able to talk to him in just a moment.
All right, Chris, thank you. And catch Coach Elder there, a team that finishes 16-0. And wins the state championship in Division II in dramatic fashion, as Anderson had a chance at the end, but the defense comes up with a stop, as it did so often throughout the night for Mike Elder. One of the keys to their season, that Elder-coached defense for Avon, and it helps provide a state championship for Avon as they again defeat Cincinnati Anderson by the final of 20-13 tonight here at Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium in the opening of our 7 state championship games here in Ohio. Lots to come tomorrow. Division I will be the focus tomorrow night when Cincinnati Moeller, featuring Ohio's Mr. Football quarterback Matt Ponatoski, takes on Olentangy Liberty. 2 games earlier in the day, including Marion Local in action against Hillsdale in the Division 7 title game. Chris Solwecki is down on the field trying to catch Coach Mike Elder.
Alan, how you feel about your kids?
Beyond blessed and proud of these kids. I mean, our coaching staff worked so hard, our players worked so hard, and so happy for all the alumni, too, who have fallen short before this. They all believed, and finally we were able to get it done for everyone who's ever wore the uniform.
How good is number 5?
Incredible, man, incredible. He's a once-in-a-lifetimer, and he was big time tonight.
Well, Coach, congratulations. It's been a big battle. Up. You've been able to conquer every mountain, and today you're on top with the championship. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Chris, thank you. Yes, and absolutely right. He's a once-in-a-lifetimer. Nolan Good, 8 of 15 tonight, 143 yards, a touchdown, and rushed 19 times for 190 yards on the night. Greg Fry, and a dual-threat quarterback right there. And that's certainly one of the big reasons why they won the state championship tonight.
Well, he set the tone earlier on a 3rd and 13 in the first drive of the game. Goes 71 yards for a touchdown for a 7-0 lead, and they held the lead the entire game. So his feet rushing the football and making a couple key throws in this game were the difference really in the game. And even though he made a mistake towards the end, he did enough to get this team to the wire to win a state championship against a very, very good Anderson Raptors team.
And again, the final 20-13, Avon defeats Cincinnati Anderson. With this opportunity, we'll pause 10 seconds, allow stations to identify themselves on the OHSAA Radio Network.
This is the radio home of the best high school sports in Youngstown. We are Sports Radio 1240 WBBW Youngstown, a Cumulus media station.
A night that saw the snow fall throughout the game, but that didn't deter 2 very good offenses from moving up and down the field. This game had over 800 yards of total offense tonight, 437 by Avon, 367 by Anderson. And again, it's important to note that at the break, Anderson had just a $113 of total offense. So in the second half, as Greg mentioned, and I think you hit it right on the head, partner, they found that rhythm and tempo they needed in half number 2.
Yeah, it took them a while to settle down. I think a lot of that could be nerves. Just it's the big stage, but they did.
Coach Dreyer said that at the half.
Yes.
If you remember back to his conversation with Chris Solwecki, yeah.
Yes, he did. But they found in the second half, and credit to them, they tied this thing up 7-7. And they got it close to 14-13. Missed the extra point, couldn't quite get there, and had opportunities in the second half. But a great defensive stand by that Avon defense, especially a big tackle, negative tackle by Jeremiah Kelly, was the clincher to hold that goal line back, and eventually the offense and the offensive line, really, really got it done, as well as Nolan Good. So credit to Avon, and really credit to Mike Elder and his staff. I mean, they did a fabulous job. They had a heck of a football team this year, and they got it done.
And some very gutsy play calling as well, too, going forward on your own 14-yard line on a 4th down late in the game to keep a drive alive. That's the one that ended with the interception, but still that kept the drive alive. Chris Solwecki is down on the side again. Let's see if we can check in again with Chris.
Yeah, team together. Avon here in a huddle right now. Coach, they held up their trophy. And this, there are times the trophy feels like it's more than a game. And in this case, it feels like it's a community that works so hard, and they've had so many people behind him. And here they are tonight as champions of Division II in the OHSAA. And as Coach speaks to these kids, they are hanging on his every word. This is a team in every shape of the word.
Chris, thank you very much. Why don't you come on upstairs and try and get warm, pal? It's been a little chilly down there tonight, I think. So nice job down there tonight, Chris Solwecki on the sideline for us this evening with our coverage. Again, the final score in the OHSAA Division II Football State Championship game. Avon defeats Cincinnati Anderson 20-13. Tomorrow morning we're back at 10:10 for the Division VII Championship game as the powerhouse that is known as Marion Local arrives looking for their 64th consecutive win and their 4th straight championship as they take on Jeromesville Hillsdale. Kick is slated for 10:30 tomorrow morning. On behalf of OHSAA Executive Director Doug Ute, Radio Network Executive Producer Tim Street, our on-site producers Ryan Baker and Aaron Cassidy, and for my broadcast partners, always a pleasure, my friend Greg Fry did a great job tonight analyzing it. Chris Solwecki on the sidelines. I'm Marty Bannister. We offer our congratulations to the Avon Eagles, who are the state champions for the first time in school history in Division II. The preceding broadcast has been a presentation of the OHSAA Radio Network, fueled by chocolate milk.
We thank you for joining us for this special presentation of the iMedia One Network, and we now return you to your regularly scheduled programming.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
Quarterback Trevor Lawrence has been upheld in handing out its suspension. The NFL said Al Shahir has committed repeated violations of rules intended to protect the health and safety of players and promote sportsmanship. Al Shahir, who was ejected from Sunday's win over the Jaguars, appealed his suspension. His case was heard by former NFL offensive lineman Ramon Foster, currently an NFL appeals officer, and he opted to uphold the suspension. Al Shahir will be eligible to return to the Texans' active roster following the team's Week 17 game against the Baltimore Ravens. So the earliest return will be January 5th against the Tennessee Titans. I've always believed that if a player commits a foul intentionally that injures a player, no matter what the sport, is that the player that committed that foul should be out as long as the player who was hurt by that illegal foul. It's something that they got to clean up, especially in the NFL, because of the physicality of the game. We're going to be talking to Bruce Marshall as we do each week. This is a big week for the college playoff games. Bruce, of course, a Vegas insider and BAM Sportsnet. So he'll take a look at the key college games, beginning with 3 on Friday night, the rest on Saturday. And then throughout this month, because it's the end of the year, a number of athletes and people involved with sports have passed away. So we're going to continue our series of We Remember Orlando Cepeda on this edition of Sports Byline, who passed away in 2024, the Hall of Fame first baseman from Puerto Rico, who played 17 seasons, primarily for the San Francisco Giants. And he was something very, very special. I got to know him on a personal level. So we're ready to go. Good to have you with us here on Sports Byline.
Shop Black Friday deals now at Lowe's. Get up to 50% off select major appliances. Plus, take an additional 10% off when you buy select major appliances. And get 2 free select tools with purchase of a select combo kit or battery kit from brands like Cobalt, Craftsman, and DeWalt. Hurry and shop these savings only for a limited time because Lowe's knows deals. Valid 11/28 through 12/4. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Thanks to Total Wine, you saved more on all the gifts for the ones you adore. Wines and beers all nestled on shelves. Got some advice from our helpful elves. Oh, so many gifts to explore when you go to Total Wine and more. Bottles so delightful, whoa. Priced so amazingly low.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Welcome to Staples.
Help! My family's in for the holidays and I need gift ideas.
That's why we're here. Staples has amazing deals on everything you need. Photo gifts, laptops, and gaming systems. Even custom holiday cards and shipping solutions to send gifts to the family that can't make it.
Perfect! Have anything for Uncle Frank? I love him, but the guy is never quiet.
Noise-canceling headphones. For you.
You get it.
Unwrap huge holiday savings at Staples. And right now at Staples, save up to $350 on select computers. Ends 12/28, in-store only.
Ever find holiday shopping overwhelming? We've got to figure out what they want and then find it all too. Enter Kohl's. They have the best gifts all in one spot. The toys your kids have been asking for, the silk PJs she's been eyeing, and the stylish sweater he'll love. And you can get 20% off some of your gifts during their customer appreciation event. Yup, holiday shopping at Kohl's is the move. Select styles, offers end December 15th. Some exclusions apply. Coupons do not apply to toys. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Iowa EPS Products was founded in 1980 on the premise of providing the highest quality EPS products and services in the industry. Being family owned and operated, relationships and loyalty remain the foundation on which this company was built. Providing expanded polystyrene products for commercial roofing and exterior wall insulation, as well as packaged products and below-grade lightweight geoform fill, Iowa EPS Products is the trusted source throughout the Midwest. Learn more at iowaepsproducts.com.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single-line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
Time to check in with Bruce Marshall, as we do every Thursday, to take a look at the college football action. Bruce, of course, has been with me for 33 years as he takes a look at the games and breaks it down for you. Vegas Insider and BAMSports.net. Well, we've got 3 games coming up on Friday. Let's kick it off with Army, which I don't know when we last mentioned about Army being in a conference championship game, but they're going to be taking on Tulane. How do you see this one?
Yeah, I don't think we ever have at Army, but their first year in the American. I mean, they were in Conference USA many years ago. But this has been a big year for Army. We've talked about him throughout the fall, Ron. And Bryson Daly, the quarterback, he might get a few Heisman votes. So the option for Jeff Monken, they were undefeated until running into Notre Dame. But the schedule's broken pretty well for Army, and I think it's worth noting. I mean, Daly is taking a lot of punishment, Ron. He's had 65 carries the last.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio on westernreserveradio.com.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
Yards rushing for Navy, couldn't score against Tulane a couple weeks ago. The only thing I worry about with Tulane is last week, kind of a flat effort against Memphis after a great season for Tulane, got them on the verge of perhaps consideration for the playoff. But they kind of went sour against Memphis, and sometimes you see that with a coach who might be in demand here, John Sumrall. The portal's going to be opening up for a lot of these players, so I'm hoping Tulane wasn't too distracted. But if the Tulane shows up from the regular season, they'll win this game, and they'll take care of business up there at West Point tomorrow night. 26-14 Green Wave.
Another game on Friday is the Conference USA title game, and then I'll pit Western Kentucky as an underdog against Jacksonville State.
Interesting again here. Now, both of these coaches, Tyson Helton, Western Kentucky, Rich Rodriguez at Jacksonville State. He has propped up the Gamecocks very nicely the last couple of years. one or both these guys might be on the move before the bowl season ends. They're going to be on the radar for some schools looking for coaches here. So just keep that in mind. Western Kentucky beat Jacksonville State last week, so this is back-to-back games. They got them at home. It was 19-17. That got them into the championship game. But I think they got a shot here. I like the quarterback Caden Veltkamp. All year he's put up some very good numbers. We saw him come off the bench in the bowl game last year for Western Kentucky. Very, very capable team here. And Jacksonville State, just because they lost the game last week, I'm not sure they're going to turn around and win the rematch here. I'm going to give Western Kentucky a shot here, which should be a good one, 26-23, favoring the Hilltoppers.
And the third game on Friday is going to be the Mountain West title game, and you've got number 20, UNLV, a slight underdog against number 10, Boise State. How do you see it?
Yeah, winner here to the playoff. In UNLV's case, it would probably be the 12-seeded team. Boise could be as high as 4 if it wins. So keep an eye on that angle. But I think the Broncos have been flattening out a bit the last couple weeks here, Ron. Struggled versus Nevada, struggled versus Wyoming. It took them a while to put Oregon State away last week. Did not cover the point spread in any of those games. Ashton Jenney, great running back, probably the Heisman runner-up. I'm thinking Travis Hunter's going to win it, and Jenney is too. But he's wearing down some late in the season, and they really had to drag him off the bench, or he's getting treated 2 weeks ago at Wyoming to come up with a big plays. They did beat UNLV by 5 late October at Allegiant Stadium, but the Rebels seem to have improved a bit since then, and I'm not sure that Boise has. We love the quarterback, Hodge Malik Williams, and UNLV's played great on the road since Barry Odom got there last year. I think this might be an upset. And UNLV would be the most unlikely of teams to get the playoff. I think it might happen. 27-24, Rebels on the blue carpet.
And the big games are coming up on Saturday. Number 16, Iowa State, a slight underdog against number 15, Arizona State, and that in the Big 12 title game.
Yeah, we'll know before this game if Boise beats UNLV, they're probably going to get the 4th spot, and the winner of this game would probably be the 12th. But if UNLV wins, the winner of this game could be looking at a bye in the playoff, as they'd be one of the top 4 conference champions. So keep that in mind. Arizona State, the job that Kenny Dillingham has done in his second year at Tempe is beyond belief. He took over a really downtrodden program prior to last season. They struggled a year ago, but man, he has put it together, and his reputation as a quarterback whisperer only strengthened by the work he's done with Sam Leavitt, the transfer from Michigan State. Just like Dillingham did a couple of years ago with Bo Nix up at Oregon. He really turned his career around. Leavitt's put up great numbers. The talk at Arizona State is running back Cam Scadaboo would rather run through you than run around you. He is really fun to watch. I love what Matt Campbell's done at Iowa State. He seems to love staying there. He could have a chance to leave if he wants, but they do a lot of things well, but they don't have a Scadaboo. And I think that's the difference here. 27-23 Sun Devils should be a good one down in Arlington.
And in the MAC title game, it's going to be Ohio U, just a couple-point underdog against Miami of Ohio.
Yeah, this one taking place in Detroit, and Miami O beat Ohio U mid-season 30-20. They won this event last year. Really good job by Chuck Martin. The head coach had a little slow start with a tough schedule this year. But Brett Gabbert, veteran quarterback, 21 touchdown passes this year. He's been there for a couple of years. They've got a 1,000-yard running back in Mosey. I think Miami O probably gets them again. We'll take the Redhawks on this one, 27-17.
And also, number 5, Georgia, is an underdog to number 2, Texas, in the Southeast Conference game in Atlanta. And something just tells me, it's almost like a home field advantage for the Bulldogs here. I think they have a pretty good chance of knocking off number 2, Texas. How do you see it?
Yeah, I see it like you do, Ron. And, this is right in their backyard in Atlanta. They already played here once this year against Clemson. They play here once or twice, it seems, every year, including the SEC title game in the last few years. They did go into Austin and beat Texas rather handily back in mid-October, 30-15. Texas couldn't run worth a lick in that game, only 29 yards rushing. I think this point spread, I think like you, this point spread is off here, and they're reflecting too much on the straight-up records, but the schedules for both of these teams. Listen, Texas got a huge break this year from the SEC. They missed every one of the top contenders except Georgia, which beat Texas. Meanwhile, Georgia had to go on the road to Alabama, had to go to Texas, had to go to Ole Miss. They had a meat grinder of a schedule, showed a lot of character coming back against Georgia Tech last week. Carson Beck, he overcame 3 picks, and they still won that game at Austin in mid-October. Texas has looked kind of flat to me in recent weeks, even though they continue to win. Georgia gets them here, 27-20 Bulldogs. That'll put them in the top 4 in a bye in the playoff in 2 weeks.
I like your pick there. Sun Belt title game. It's got Marshall against UL Lafayette. Tell me how you see it.
Yeah, this is a sneaky good game, and both these teams overachieved this year. Marshall was really interesting. Only had 1 point spread loss. Charles Huff, their head coach, good fundamental coach. They always play sound defense. They can run the ball very well. He's getting mentioned for some of these coaching openings. So might Michael DeSormo out of Louisiana Lafayette. Braden Braxton, a quarterback for Marshall, turned into a very nice playmaker this season. Last 3 games, 7 TD passes and 0 picks. So he's really, on the year, 17 touchdown passes, just 2 picks. He comes over from Tulsa. He really took over this job late in the season for Marshall. I think the Herd's got a chance here, Ron. I've liked them all season long, and I'm going to call the slight upset here. 28-26 Marshall, and this one down at Cajun Field.
And the ACC title game in Charlotte's going to be an interesting one because you've got number 8 SMU having a great season against number 17 Clemson. How do you see it?
Yeah, I'm on SMU side here, and this might be the only ticket to the playoffs for the ACC, but I like SMU, like you said, only 1 loss that came very early in the season against BYU. Nice switch at quarterback to Kevin Jennings, a very mobile sophomore by Rhett Lashley, the SMU coach. He had to bench his returning starter Preston Stone early in the season, but Jennings, man, he's turned into a great playmaker. This team also plays defense, 37 sacks, ranks 11th in the country. Point this out about Clemson. Cade Klubnik, the quarterback, has some really good numbers this year, 29 TD passes among them. But if you look at the 3 toughest games on Clemson's schedule, Georgia in the opener, Louisville in early November, and last week was South Carolina. Klubnik, those 3 games, only 1 touchdown pass. And Clemson in those 3 games scored only 12.7 per game. They put up a lot of points and yards against the App States and the Citadels and the Wake Forest on their schedule. Not against a top team like SMU. And I think the Ponies were the best team in the ACC this year. So let's take SMU in this one, 31-23 in Charlotte.
Okay, you got 20 seconds to tell me about the Big Ten title game between number 3 Penn State, number 1 Oregon.
Yeah, Penn State, I think just a little too cutesy for me this year. I know the offense is upgraded with Kotelnicki, the new coordinator, but Oregon, I just get the feeling they have been sort of tapping the brakes this year. When they go full throttle, they can extend the margin. Ducks, 34-23. I'll take Oregon on Saturday night.
Okay, and what do you have this week for all our Sports Byline USA listeners?
Hey, thanks, Ron. Check me out online, VegasInsider.com. Picks on all these games. We're having a really good college football year and NFL, basketball there now too, hockey, the whole thing, VegasInsider.com. Also, check me out, CBS Sportsline, Sportsline.com, and picks with a different twist at winnersandwhiners.com and picksandparlays.com.
Okay, we'll talk to you tomorrow when you take a look at the NFL. Bruce Marshall with me for 33 years of Vegas Insider and BAMSports.net. We continue with more of you in Sports Byline.
Do you want to add a boost to your sex life this weekend? Do you want to make your partner and yourself happy? Then call our special hotline now. We'll sell you those little pills that work below the belt for less than $1 a pill and deliver your package in a few days, just in time for the weekend. Our pill delivers almost the same results as expensive pills for less than $1 a piece, and you don't need a prescription. And ask about their buy 3 get 3 free offer. What are you waiting for? Boost your sex life and have a great time now. Less than $1 a pill, discreet delivery in a few days, and a buy 3 get 3 free offer? Dial this number and save it now.
800-229-8627. 800-229-8627. 800-229-8627. That's 800-229-8627. Paid for by the Pharmacy Shop.
Everyone watches more than 5 hours of television. Really? And that's not counting mobile viewing. Get Dish TV and make that time worth it. With Dish, you can get hundreds of channels, access to all kinds of sports, tons of movies, premium channels, and more. Another thing that's really cool with Dish is you can watch most of your favorite shows on your mobile device anywhere for a lot less than cable. Yes, that's right. We are asking you to watch more TV and not less TV, but make it better television with Dish this time, anytime, anywhere. So call right now and learn how easy it is to save on your television bill and get the most out of your TV viewing experience. Dial that number and I promise you we're here waiting for your call because we want to save you money and give you better television. We are Dish TV.
800-293-0328. 800-293-0328. 800-293-0328. That's 800-293-0328.
If you're struggling to keep up with conversations, avoiding restaurants because you can't understand the waiter, if you've got the TV volume way up, then you really need these. These tiny but powerful little hearing aids are the Nano CIC Rechargeable, priced at only $297 for a full pair. And no, these are not simply amplifiers. These are ultra high quality, ultra reliable hearing aids, priced thousands less than other hearing aids. They fit right in your ear, nothing shows on the back of your ear, and at only $297 for a full pair. When you order today, Nano will give you a 45-day money-back guarantee. Order right now and Nano will give you a free portable charging case, and even ship them to you for free. Here's the number. Call now.
800-278-1738. 800-278-1738. 800-278-1738. That's 800-278-1738.
This is America's Sports Talk Show, Sports Byline USA. Here's Ron Barr.
In our continuing series, We Remember Orlando Cepeda, who passed away recently. The Hall of Fame first baseman from Puerto Rico played 17 seasons, primarily for the San Francisco Giants. Cepeda came from good baseball bloodlines. His father played baseball and was a star in Puerto Rico. Because his father was black, his father couldn't play in the major leagues. In 1958, Cepeda signed his first major league contract 10 minutes before debuting in the league, earning $7,000 for the season. Cepeda was one of the most consistent power hitters in the National League through the 1960s. He not only hit for power with 379 home runs, he had a career batting average of .297. Cepeda was nicknamed the Baby Bull, so I asked him how he earned that name.
That was 1958, the Life magazine. Remember? Mm-hmm. They came to San Francisco to do this story on me. So that day we played Cincinnati. So I ran from first to home plate. Smokey Burgess was waiting for me with the ball. I ran through him. His glove went one way, his hat went the other way. So they say I ran like a mad bull. But also they used to call my father the Bull in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, your dad was one of the great players down there in Puerto Rico, wasn't he?
He was the best player in the Caribbean. Great ball player.
Yeah. What do you remember most as a kid watching him play baseball?
Well, my father, I remember that he was a competitor. I mean, he hated to lose. And when he played, he lost the ball game. When he used to come home, nobody talked to him. He was a tough loser.
What position did he play?
He played second base, then he played first base, he played the outfield. He played everywhere.
He loved the game as much as you love it, I understand.
Well,
he was very passionate about it, wasn't he?
Well, he used to work during the day and play at night. So you have to love the game. Plus, we had too many brothers, and, so you have to work.
Big Cepeda family. When they left tickets, they really left a lot of tickets, right?
Right.
Tell me a little bit about the games down there. I've talked to Tommy Lasorda and a lot of guys that used to manage down in the Caribbean in the Winter Baseball League, and they tell me just wild, crazy stories about games down in Puerto Rico and then throughout the Caribbean. But take me to a ball game and say a Saturday night when two teams were playing that had a hot rivalry down there in Puerto Rico.
Well, this year I went to Puerto Rico in January. The playoff San Juan and Santurce. San Juan Santurce is like Dodgers and Giants. And in the first base dugout, they have a band in top of the dugout playing music and dancing. Third base dugout, the same. So they used to, they fight. I mean, 6-7 fight on the ball game. You know, they drink beer. It's very, very emotional.
Mm-hmm. Was it even more so back when your dad was playing? Because, I mean, they've got some sophisticated stadiums down there where before there's the old story about when it rained, they'd go out and pour gasoline on the outfield to try to dry it out and light a match to the thing, and the whole outfield would go up in flames.
Yes. Well, my father played in Puerto Rico. They don't have television, so people don't have anything to do, only watch baseball. And it used to be worse. They used to, when Ponce played, say, San Juan, the whole city of Ponce used to come to San Juan. So it used to be very, very hard.
Lena's Pierogi House is your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Daily specials include the Polish platter, the Hungarian platter, stuffed cabbage, and halushki. Having a last-minute get-together? Lena's has you covered with a wide variety of frozen take-home pierogies and dumplings. Go to Facebook at Lena's Pierogi House to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Catch the best at Lena's Monday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. 20 North Main Street in Hubbard, or call 234-254-8532.
Most of my family, they never graduated high school, so I'm trying to break that barrier. My daughter Brooklyn was also a motivation for me to go back to school. Every day after work, went straight to school, and it paid off.
At age 26, Kareem finished his high school diploma.
I could not have done it alone. I see the future is really bright for me.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
So I'm a cat, and I just moved in with this new human, and she's got this little toy she's always playing with, all day long. Tap, 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 bloop, bloop. She can't put it down. There it is. Oh, and get this. She even talks to it. Last week, she asked it for Chinese, and guess what? Egg rolls showed up. Like magic. Humans have cool toys.
A person is the best thing to happen to a shelter pet. Be that person. Adopt. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the ShelterPetProject.org.
What if I told you that a tornado was going to happen tomorrow, right where you live? That it would touch down at exactly 3:17 p.m., and I told you the exact path it would take. You would, of course, prepare. You would talk with your loved ones, and you'd make a plan today. It's true, I can't tell you a tornado will strike tomorrow, but shouldn't you have a plan anyway? Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs.